Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this special session of the Salt Lake City Council for Wednesday, June 2nd. Call the meeting to order at 6:02. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Infante.
Here.
Mayor Potem Arona is not here currently. Councilmember Thomas.
Here.
Mayor Yurek.
Here.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Infante, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Stand, hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now, if there's any public comments for any items that are not on the agenda for tonight,
To the items on the agenda for tonight, but we have no one with us in person from the public or on Zoom.
and I have no speaker slips, so. Mr. Attorney, would you please announce the closed session agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, the City Council will meet in closed session with its designated labor negotiators, Xenia Bradford, the employee organization, it's Teamsters Union Local 986.
Is that Max Bedroom?
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. We'll see you on the private meeting.
All right, and we'll close the session right now at 6:04. All right, we're back to open session. Mr. Attorney, would you please report out any reportable actions? And the meeting will go at 6:20.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, the City Council met in closed session with its labor negotiator, Senior Bradford, on labor negotiations with Teamsters Union Local 986. There was no reportable action.
Thank you for that. And now to item number 4.
Item number 4 is the preliminary fiscal year 2021-22 supplemental budget. This item was moved from the last council agenda to this agenda. And I'll first go through the report, if we could show the slides at this time. So the purpose of today is for you to review what has been proposed and developed by staff over the last at least 6 months that we've been working on this. These are recommendations from staff that were developed working with every division and all staff members throughout the organization. Today's purpose is for you to review these recommendations and to provide staff with as much policy direction as you would like. The more consensus I hear, the easier it will be for us to get the correct final budget for you to review on June 28th for final adoption. The budget needs to be adopted before June 30th in order for us to continue to expend funds. So today is a preliminary budget review. It is a review of both operating program budget and the capital improvement budget. We started with a fiscal forecast, which is something that you have seen a few times and it's changed and developed, but is now inclusive of all of the proposed changes as you see in the budget. It's also inclusive of the capital improvement program as presented. We would normally do, when we do a 2-year financial plan, a community outreach as part of this plan as well. We are in the second year of a 2-year plan, which is a process that the city transitioned to last year. So last year, the city transitioned from doing a 1-year budget to looking at a 2-year outlook as a financial plan. What that does is allow us to undertake larger projects and have the policy direction to achieve those within 2 years. It also better aligns with capital improvement program. So some of the larger efforts that we are currently undergoing with is the general plan update, for example. That's about a 2-year process. That will feed into the vision and the guiding principles for the city of Solvang. And next year, when you develop the next financial plan, you'll be able to once again engage with the community and develop goals for the following 2 years. So at this point, we are in the development of the second year of the same financial plan. It will be for the year 21-22. The council has the full authority over the budget appropriations, so the council could provide staff with any alternative direction, including any changes to the staffing levels as they're proposed, the contracted services, and the capital improvement program. You can do that based on individual items as you look at the org chart and the budgets, or you can also provide more general directions such as we prefer, having in-house staff versus contracting certain services out. Council could also provide staff with more general policy direction, which is what I just said, requesting additional recommendations to achieve certain service levels or financial goals. So you could, for example, establish some general direction stating that you will only adopt, for example, a balanced budget. Obviously, that is what we would normally recommend, but in this year it will be definitely very challenging, especially in the wastewater treatment or in the wastewater fund, which I will go over and is going in the negative as presented just because of the structural imbalance. You can also provide with general direction in terms of the service levels that we are proposing. So if you think that we should be more active, say, in recreation or improving parks or whatever that may be, that is also the type of comments and direction that you could provide us with. Obviously, There's always a balancing act that if you asked for more services in certain area, we'll come back to you again and let you know what that would cost. You can also say that we are okay with having less services and reestablish and reallocating those funds from one area to another. There's also options that you could look at that were included in the report for exploring additional revenues that the city currently doesn't have. We are the third city in the state of California reliant on TOT, and there are other options that you consider, such as additional TIBID for the city of Solvang specifically in the downtown. You can consider whether there is any room for local sales tax, and there's several others that staff could explore. So as we look at the big picture of the proposed budget for year 2021-22, I call it a path of hope to stability. We know that there's still a lot of uncertainties as we are coming out of COVID. The economy for Solvang appears to be recovering fairly strongly as we see the return of tourism. However, there's a lot of uncertainty on the national, state level, and just the more global economic imbalances that may have been created by COVID-19. We're also looking at challenges in pensions because COVID-19 definitely did have an effect on our investments, and that will be passed on potentially onto us again. So there's those uncertainties and also structural needs, obviously, in the wastewater treatment plant. We'll be talking about the need for upgrades, which will require funding and financing, and the water funds also haven't been raised in quite a long time. So as we look at overall financial picture and think about the fiscal health and stability of the city of Solvang, for the general plan at this point, everything as proposed is balanced. That means that our long-term revenues meet our long-term expenditures as it stands. We have healthy reserves. The next 5-year out forecast does draw on reserves for certain capital improvement programs, but we are maintaining a fairly healthy base. Obviously, I would always recommend looking at additional revenue sources to accomplish additional services for general fund. Water fund has healthy reserves, but our ongoing revenues are not meeting ongoing expenditures. And we'll go through the capital improvement program and talk about the projects that are programmed into the long-term structure, to where we know that certain structures will need to be improved. And then in the wastewater fund, given the fact that the city has moved on with the first most important critical stage of the aeration system for the wastewater treatment plant, we actually have drawn on all of the reserves, and our ongoing revenues certainly do not meet expenditures. So the proposed budget for 21-22, and I think this is the first time I've ever in my career have proposed a budget like this for any fund, but unfortunately it is in the negative within this budget. So as you look at the general fund forecast, you'll see that the line in green is the revenues and the line in orange is expenditures, while the line in gray represents the fund balance. You will see how in 2021 both revenues and expenditures had dropped in proposed budget 21-22. We do draw some on the reserves because of the CIP. So there's some projects programmed into there that are one-time expenditures. And generally speaking, from a long-term health of the fund, that is perfectly acceptable. And you will see that the way that the CIP program is structured and the operating programs, in the long run, our revenues are meeting our expenditures. And once again, the year 24-25, we are actually beginning to acquire additional reserves in year after year. In the water fund forecast, you see a different picture here, where expenditures, the orange line, does exceed the revenues in the long run, We are starting with fairly significant reserves, about $7 million, but we are, if we program all of the CIP needs, capital improvement program needs, that we'll review in detail, we are drawing significantly on reserves, and our long-term operating structure, the revenues don't meet the expenditures. Wastewater fund is definitely showing a lot of need. Our expenditures in 2021, you see that big spike in the orange, that's the wastewater treatment plant upgrade phase 1 for the aeration system, where we significantly drew on reserves. Our revenues are, as you will see, are significantly below the expenditures year after year. There's a pretty significant gap. And we also have the need for a more significant wastewater treatment plant upgrade, which is really what drives the long-term reserves into the negative. That project obviously could not be consumed by the city based on cash payments. It would definitely require a financing mechanism. However, in order for the city to acquire financing mechanism, the city will have to get credit ratings from credit rating agencies and have, in order to get a good interest rate, we would need to show a strong financial plan for at least next 10 years, looking into the future, for how the city would be able to finance such a significant project with the wastewater charges. So the general plan pays for all the general government services. It includes, the largest expense is the sheriff's costs for law enforcement. It pays for all of the administrative functions, recreation, parks, and our roads, a lot of the roads and other public works expenses as well. The water fund and wastewater funds are enterprise funds, which means that they should be operating as a business essentially and funding its own expenditures. So you want your rate in the long run to be stable enough to sustain the infrastructure operations of those funds. Now we'll dive into some numbers and just to walk you through how to read this report. All of these numbers was included in the report as well itself. These are the major operating funds on this slide. As I just mentioned, it's the general fund, and then we have the water and wastewater, which are fully funded by rates, and then we also have transit, which is almost entirely funded by the federal government and the state government, along with ridership fees. So you will see that the way that it's proposed, we started as of the last fiscal year end, 6/30/20, the unrestricted, which is available balance for spending. And for general fund, we have 50% always reserved, so it's not shown in the unrestricted balance. We started with $5 million. We had projected the revenues at about $7.3 million, and expenditures projection is almost at 7.3 as well. So we are anticipating very small change in the fund balance as of 6/30/21 for the general fund, which means that that's pretty good. We've managed the expenditures throughout this COVID time frame with much lower revenues. And the way that this is proposed for the next fiscal year is that we are anticipating about $9.3 million in revenues. In ongoing expenditures, it's about $8.6 million, and then the capital expenditures are $1.4 million, in which case we do draw on the fund balance by about $800,000, and we drop to unrestricted balance at the end of the year as proposed to about $4.55 million. You will see that the water fund is also expected to drop from beginning balance of almost $7 million as of 6/30/20, and then as of a year from now, you would be expecting a fund balance of about $4 million. In wastewater, as I just mentioned, we unfortunately have a deficit projected. Now, we may still have the cash in hand because this includes the expenditures as adopted. So for example, when you approved a project of $2.9 million for the aeration system, it won't be expended necessarily within that time frame, but because we already have a contractual obligation that is approved, it is not showing as available funds. So as far as available funds for any appropriations within that fund for the wastewater, as proposed, as of the end of 6/30/2022, about a year from now, we would have a negative $625,000. So we have a deficit within that fund. And then transit is doing pretty well. We just invested in new buses and whatnot, definitely moving towards the electric buses as is required of us by the state of California. But we're going from 1.6 million to about $1 million, which is still healthy reserves for that fund. Now, these are some funds that are non-operating funds. It's just basically for accounting the accumulation of different types of funds that we hold in these different funds. We have the government impact fees, which had a balance of $2.1 million, and we are proposing certain projects that you will see in the CIP program that draw and use those funds that are specifically, we're specifically charged for different types of impacts to the city infrastructure. Majority of our funds in that fund came from the Skip Mesa development, so you will have within this fund different subcategories such as parking in lieu, some parks fees, road fees, etc. Like I said, most of it came from the last large development, which was Skip Mesa. You have traffic safety funds and gas tax funds and then local transportation funds. So those are the different funding structures that have different reporting requirements, and we use those for qualified capital improvement projects, as you will see in that section of the report. Now we also have the Measure A, which is also used for transportation. We have the vehicle equipment pool, that is actually a real fund that holds money. That is the fund that funds future replacement of any of the vehicles and large equipment, tractors and other equipment that Public Works would be using. In order to not have fluctuations in the budget, this type of fund is usually set up so that as equipment is depreciated, money is accumulated in this fund, and later when that equipment needs to be replaced, this is where the money would come from. We have an OPEB trust fund, which is something that jurisdiction can elect to have, and that's basically a fund that's set up to set aside funds because we know that we have unfunded liabilities for the OPEB, which is the retirees' health insurance system. So that is something that the city had set up at some point and has been contributing to over time, and our balance in that fund is $984,000. It specifically is earmarked for OPEB expenditures. You can do a similar trust fund for CalPERS, and that just sets, essentially, it maintains the money within the city's control, but it sets it aside specifically for CalPERS future payments. This is just a depiction of what do you pay for in an operating expenditure. So this is by type of expenditure that you're paying for. We will see that some of the largest here are the orange, which should be the, well, that's wastewater treatment plant, and you have your yeah, something is off here, right? The colors are a little bit challenging on this one. So the largest pie is $6,000 which is your
$6 million.
$6 million, which is in, well, you know what, I might have to work on this one a little bit more. Water supply and distribution, yes, thank you. So let's move on to our operating structure and the org chart as presented. There's quite a few changes in this organizational chart compared to both where the City of Solvang organization was prior to current fiscal year 2021, as well as the year before any layoffs and changes took place due to COVID-19. You will see that in this chart, we start with the resident of the City of Solvang, who elect the 5 council members here. Council appoints the city manager and the city attorney. Those are the 2 appointed positions. City attorney provides with the legal advice to the city council and the city, while the city manager delivers on the policy set by city council and manages the organization. So you will see that under city manager, what is proposed is 3 main departments, which one would be the administration. We are proposing a split of the current public works department into 2 departments, which would focus on public works and utilities. Underneath those, there is programs, and we also have some services that will continue to be contracted out. Some have historically been contracted out. Actually, most of these are. If you see under the city manager, there's directly managed contracts as proposed, which would be the marketing contract. It used to be in the past funded through an independent organization, a nonprofit, SCVB. Question?
Find the marketing organization, the marketing contracts. I mean, we've got IDK, which is an events planner. Who's doing marketing?
All right, now marketing is contracted to IDK.
Well, there was a couple of lines in here that say marketing separate from IDK, and I was curious what that was.
If there's specific clients you're referring to, no. All of marketing is through IDK.
Okay,
That's within their contract.
thank you.
We also have the visitor center, which is currently contracted as a separate and distinct contract, also reporting to the city manager. In the past, visitor center was underneath the umbrella of SCVB, so Visitors and Conference Bureau, who managed the visitor center as well. Code enforcement has been historically in the city of Solvang both contracted out and in-house employees. Currently, it's contracted out and proposed at 20 hours a week service of law. And then we have the Santa Barbara County law enforcement contract, which has always been the way that the city of Solvang since incorporation has provided for law enforcement services. In administration department, you have certain positions that report directly to the city manager, which includes city clerk, which is currently in the final stages of recruitment. You also have the division that's run by accounting supervisor that does all of our financial statements and all of the financial transactions. That consists of 3 people. We have accounting supervisor who supervises utility billing clerk, and if you see something that's in red bolded text, there's a change in the duties and also a change in the title and proposed compensation for the position. So we currently have an accounting assistant, which is proposed to be upgraded to an accounting technician with some transfer of additional duties to that position. Under assistant to the city manager, who reports to city manager, you have the recreation supervisor, and we are proposing restructuring that division that used to be supervised by Parks and Recreation director to have two basically recreation coordinators who would handle everything recreation, and one would be the supervisor, recreation supervisor, and another position would report to that position. The assistant to the city manager also oversees the information technology contract, which has historically always been contracted out in the city of Solvang, and also office assistant. And then we have a very small amount of money set up for special events, part-time type of help to really be out there and help set up with any special events that are run by recreation department as opposed to IDK within their marketing and events management contract. Then under Public Works, we have a Public Works Director, and underneath that, an associate engineer. Either the Public Works Director or associate engineer could be the engineer for the city of Solvang. And then we have our maintenance division, which is now a combination of maintenance for just general maintenance as well as maintenance for parks. We are recommending creating slightly elevated positions to focus more on the general maintenance versus the recreation maintenance. So there is a proposal to modify two positions to create a lead in the maintenance division and a lead in the parks maintenance division. You see that in red. Now, we are also recommending creating a utilities director, which would be specializing in utilities. With years, there have been many changes in regulations about both water and wastewater. So that field is definitely expanding, including the groundwater management, and frankly, we are looking at some challenging times in water management for the state of California. We are currently, as you know, in drought 1 stage, but the reports from DWR from the state are coming that next year may be worse, and if we get any worse allocation, we're definitely looking at even more creative measures there. So underneath the utilities director, the proposal is to have the current structure of water supervisor and maintenance supervisor under our wastewater supervisor. As you will see, underneath wastewater supervisor, we already have a lead operator, and then we have operator 3, operator 2, and operator 1, and we are also proposing to add back one of the laid off positions, which would be the collection system operator. In water division, in order to better structure support for the supervisors, where if, for example, the supervisor was away, you don't have a structure where utilities director has to step in, you actually have someone in the division that can step up. We are recommending to have a lead water operator and then maintain water operator 2 and have a water operator 1. So that is the proposed structure, and if you have any questions here, please go ahead.
Yes.
Are there any questions?
Yes.
Councilmember Infante.
I'm curious about the planning department. You've got a supervisor planner, and underneath that, an assistant planner, and a building, just says building, and that says contract. What's the building?
Yes, sorry, I skipped over that particular division. So yes, the planning department is proposed to be restructured. Currently, there is only a planning consultant that we have that works a couple of days a week. This recommendation here brings back 2 staff. One you already had approved this year to backfill the assistant planner position, who is the front-facing type of position. The supervising planner would supervise that position, would be the professional planner handling all of the projects. And then building has been historically primarily outsourced. So the highest position in building is the building official. Underneath the building official, you have a building inspector, and also there is the plan check-in and the building tech position.
So that's a contract that includes all of those functions.
This would be a contract that includes all of those functions.
But the supervising planner
Would oversee that contract.
would oversee the contract assistant. That is the position that Lori Tamura is currently in?
Well, she is a
She's a contractor.
She's a contractor, but that supervising planner would essentially perform those duties, yes.
We have plans to hire somebody for that?
If you approve this as presented, we would open up a recruitment. This would be a non-union position, so at-will position that we could fill as soon as we approve the budget.
Considering the high cost of having somebody here 2 days a week for that position, yeah, we need to do something.
So, speaking of the high costs, just a reminder to you that we are in process of updating our general fund fees. Part of that is updating all of the planning fees and building fees. So if there was a situation where we hired a contractor planner, even just to supplement any kind of work, we would just pass on those costs. And it is our estimate that the hourly rate of our current contract with the planner with Lori Demora and the combination of the salaries of the supervising planner and the planning assistant will result in a pretty similar rate that will be passed on to the customer if you approve those fee updates.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah. So I'm saying that, marketing, which is what IDK is doing right now, they're just gonna do things like promoting website, putting the word out, social media metrics and stuff like that. They're no longer gonna be handling special events in the city?
Well, there is a little bit of a chicken and egg in all of this process. So along with, this is just a proposal in terms of approximate dollars that you would be approving as part of the budget. Now, developing a contract or an extension of a contract with IDK is somewhat of a different parallel process. You have already given us direction to work with IDK to renegotiate the contract through December 31 while we develop future RFP parameters and have a discussion about what you would like to see from marketing. And now, the way that this structure is proposed, IDK would still be doing the type of larger events that are marketing events, such as Yule Fest event. In their prior contract, they were supposed to do that type of event every quarter. So that is something that we would be negotiating with them through December 31. I also have been talking to you just in your advance calendars, the fact that we'll be coming back with some policy recommendations about the whole marketing umbrella and what are the different choices in terms of both scope of work and what type of structure for oversight or organization you would like to handle the overall marketing efforts, which includes marketing and visitor center.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking is because somebody approached me recently about an event at the Hans Christian Andersen Park. There are certain events that traditionally the marketing firm would handle, such as you said, Jewel Fest and things like that. But then in an event like that, it is using local facilities. So somebody might say, well, it makes sense that Parks and Rec holds it. But then if it's the kind of event that attracts people from out of town, then it also makes sense that whoever's doing the marketing also has some handling. So I think it's worth considering who handles that sort of thing and whether it makes sense to have somebody handling one event versus others, or maybe marketing just does marketing and somebody else does all the coordinating. So I'm looking forward to seeing that cleared up.
Yeah, we can definitely clear that up and as part of the process also bring to you the events management and approval process guidelines, which were approved by council right after COVID hit. So I must admit that I had to reread them myself as well because they were approved in May after COVID hit in March. We really didn't get to use them until now that the events are coming back. But there is already some of that structure that you're talking about exactly in those guidelines.
Any other questions? No. I had, go ahead, Jim. Councilmember Thomas.
I've got one, I'm just not sure it's relevant. We talked some time ago about the Central Coast Water Authority the bond that we're paying at to $797,000. That goes away in 22-23. Is that reflected anywhere in here, or will that be in the next budget?
It's reflected in the long-term forecast that you saw. So when you look at the water fund forecast in the revenues and expenditures, that drop in the expenditures is reflected in those numbers.
Okay, on page 10 on the water.
It would be, let me just check the page. Well, it would be included in page 10, yes, in terms of, well, actually, yes, I would have to remind myself if it drops next year or the year afterwards, in 22-23.
22-23.
Right, so it wouldn't be on page 10, it would be in your long-term forecast, which is depicted on page 8.
Okay, thank you.
There's no more specific questions on the org chart.
I had a couple, but I'm just now trying to went back to that page, sorry. So just quickly, recreation supervisor, is that moving Jenny up? And then we have a recreation coordinator, because that's what she is right now? Or are we looking for someone to fill that position?
Jamie McClurk's current position, the only person we have in recreation is senior recreation coordinator. Neither one of these positions is expressly expressed as that. We are looking at organizational change, so there's a process and an agreement between us as employer and employees in the MOU and how we feel positions that are different than the current position, to where all existing qualified employees can apply for the positions that they're qualified for.
Okay, and then getting back to some of the special events, I understand IDK doing a lot of the large events, and I understand, prior to COVID, when we had 3 people, including the Parks and Rec director, and then the senior recreation coordinator and a full-time clerk, those 3 handled every single special event in town. And so I'm just kind of curious is that not just Yule Fest, because I know Yule Fest or IDK was hired specifically for Yule Fest in 2019, December, but prior to that one time, that 3-person unit literally took every reservation for the Parks, Vets Hall, and all of the special events, every single one of them. So that's what we still have to figure out what we are actually wanting?
That's something that you can, yes, definitely polish off. The way this is sort of thought of and structured is that the recreation program of employees, which is consistent of the recreation supervisor and the recreation coordinator, and then the 0.25% of a person for the special events to help with setup and that kind of help, would handle all of the truly local events, such as if the city continued to do the haunted house, the turkey trot, those type of recreation led events. And then they would also continue to do all of the parks reservations, Vets Hall reservations, and the way we have it in the current event guidelines and procedures is that this unit would also handle just simple events that don't impact traffic. So such events as music in the park would be approved by the city through the review of this unit, while larger events that require traffic management, etc., would still go through IDK. And then there's, within that structure of what would go through IDK, your marketing contractor, some of the smaller events get approved, or existing events, repeat events could get approved by the city manager, while any kind of new marketing events that they would propose as part of the quarterly marketing type of engagement, which we have Yule Fest, but there could be additional events that they would propose and creatively come up with for each quarter and each season. Those type of events would go through recommendations by ADK and just the steering committee that they currently have of local businesses and residents that advise them, and then come to council for final approval.
Okay, and then lastly, getting to this sports that are provided, adult sports specifically, we just finished pickleball court. We obviously have bocce ball going on, we have adult flag football, we have adult softball. I'm a huge proponent of having all of that stuff to be able to do that. Is that still gonna be part of them? I know the MOU with Bealton gives a little bit of direction on what we've done in the past. It's kind of a continuation of what we've been doing. And typically what we've been doing is Solvang is providing most of the adult sports activities for the citizens and the community, whether they're in the city, excuse me, whether they're in the city or not. And then Bealton has a lot of the youth, more of the youth programs, and I know Jenny has been doing a number of those as well here, but I don't know, I'd almost like to see the special events person be a full-time instead of part-time, but I guess depending on who we get back.
This was, this recommendation was developed with, in consultation with our supervising recreation supervisor, and we felt that with this structure, we could not only return back to recreation services levels that were provided before COVID-19, but actually also strengthen some of the recreation programs and do more youth-related programs here in Solvang as well.
And I just want to understand all of the positions in blue, if that's blue.
Blue or purple.
Blue or purple? Periwinkle, there you go. All right. Those are also non-union.
No, a lot of those are union. So what that color depicts, you will see in the organization chart key, is that any positions that are in this purple blue are supervisory positions. So those positions supervise someone else. I can tell you that the non-union positions in that category are, and city clerk, it doesn't currently supervise anybody, but the job description was actually written in a way to require those type of skills of that person.
Okay.
So the non-union positions would be city clerk, human resources manager, which is proposed at part-time, and a supervising planner.
Okay. And then the position for human resources, is that going to be a half-time position or a full-time position?
That is proposed as a part-time position.
Part-time position. And is it going to be a part-time position where that person is in our house?
That is the goal, yes.
That is the goal. Okay.
That's the goal.
It
Yeah.
will be achievable goal.
We need an in-house HR, yeah.
Definitely. And then with the Public Works Director, Matt gets to lose kind of half of his duties. Is that the way I'm reading, a 55 and a 45%?
Yes,
split?
it would be, there would be two totally separate director level positions that Matt occupies currently. Because there is just the workload that needs to be done. There's a lot of capital improvement projects that have been sort of always on the outskirts in the last 10 years that need to start getting addressed. So it will be a conversation between me and Matt as to which position he takes. Obviously, he's qualified for both of those positions. So he would be either utilities director or public works director, and the city will fill the other position.
And we're also not filling the engineering technician position. That's part of it.
Not filling it.
Correct.
It used to exist, so as we walk through, there's a few more slides. This is not the last slide, But you will see that there is a engineering technician position that used to be under the Public Works Engineering Division that is not being filled in this proposal.
And then the lead water operator, we don't have that right now. We do have four in-house though, do we not? Do we have 2 water operator 2s, or is there a water operator 3?
We have 2 water operator 2s.
2
So
operator.
there is not most of the structure, there's only operator 3 in wastewater division, otherwise we
Right.
just have 1 and 2.
And is one of those operator 2s proposed to be the lead?
So
Or
that's
is it
once
higher?
again, as we go through the process of making this organization changes, those are subject to, as far as job descriptions and pay levels, are subject to meet and confer. And as far as filling a specific individual into that position, it is subject to the MOU. And as it's stated, that qualified individuals go through a process and apply, and then we evaluate as management.
Are we fortunate enough to actually have one of those 2?
I
Or
would,
both
I would
qualified.
propose us to not discuss the,
Oh,
the human
okay.
resources aspects
Well,
of it in an open session.
Oh, the only reason I'm asking is just whether names or not, but those 2 positions are what we have currently, and if one of them or neither of them are qualified for the lead, then that means we're gonna be getting rid of an employee?
We would,
To
no,
bring in a
we would
lead?
not necessarily be getting rid of an employee, we actually just fill the position, we have a new individual coming in, but as I mentioned, filling of the position will need to be subject to the conditions under our MOU. So I would not discuss that in open session.
Okay. Keep my mouth shut.
Let me, there's more questions.
Councilmember Infante.
Thank you. A couple of things I'd like to ask about. On page 23, you haven't gotten there yet, have you? Or have you gotten that far? Your presentation.
I would suggest that let me run through the rest of the presentation maybe, and then we'll go back to all of the questions.
Because this is gonna tie back to page 10, and I'm missing a link there. That's a question I have. And a few other things like that. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, so just to walk through the newly proposed organizational structure, how this is structured. First department is an administration department, and within that, there is, the organizational structure, and there's also the budget structure. So obviously the budget for the city council needs to be housed somewhere and managed somewhere. So this doesn't mean that the city council reports to administration, obviously administration reports to city council, but we do have within the department the budget plugged in for all of the city council expenditures. I would just mention that if you look at total numbers for city council expenditures, one of the line items that's significant within that budget is the $85,000 contribution to OPEB. That's not necessarily a direct council expenditure, but it was just placed there for accounting terms. So as you think about how much does council really spend on trainings and other things that you do, that is not really directly tied to what you do, but it's just housed there. We also have the Program of Administrative Services, which consists of the City Manager's Office, the City Attorney's Office, Finance, and Human Resources. We have a separate program for recreation, where we set those expenditures specific to recreation. We have the Program of Information Technology, which is now lumps the expenditures for all of the operating funds into one program, so it's funded by multiple sources. Then we have the program for planning and building, marketing and tourism, and public safety and law enforcement. So those are the major functions that are managed and overseen by this department, which is overseen by city manager. These are the FTEs and the changes in FTEs over years. I wanted to show you the adopted budget over 3 years, so you have the comparison between where we were before COVID and after COVID. So here you have all of the positions listed as far as titles, beginning from what existed in 1920 what we have currently in 2021, and then what is being proposed for 21-22. So you'll see that for this particular department, the equivalent positions for 19-20 were at 14 FTE full-time equivalents. We had dropped to 7 in the current budget, and we are proposing to go up to 11.5. This is the department where most of the changes occurred during COVID-19. You'll see that it's a significant change in employees. This is a summary of department operating expenditures by those different functions. Once again, I wanted to show you the numbers from 19-20, 2021, and 21-22. You will see that some of the notable changes there are the city council. I would say that most of the fluctuations you see in 19-20 and 2021 actually come from COVID-19 different programs. There was funding diverted towards food distribution, different IT expenditures because we had to work remotely, etc. We will be submitting all of those expenditures through FEMA for reimbursement. Not all of them will be qualified, but we'll definitely do our best to qualify as much of those expenditures as we can and recoup those. You'll see that administrative services were at 1.9 in 19-20. Proposed budget is 1.6. Current budget was 1.1 due to COVID-19. Those are primarily the changes in staffing and proposed additional positions. Same with recreation. The information technology jumps like that just because of reorganization of how we account for things. Information technologies are becoming more and more of a program of itself. It's no longer just some expenditure on the side. This was 20 years ago, so it's really something that we need to be thoughtful about and also think about, similar to equipment and vehicle pool fund, where we have money set up for future replacements. Similar methodology could be developed in the future to where we really look at our IT infrastructure and start to plan forward. So the reason we went from 90,000 to 324 is just because we transitioned all of the IT expenditures that used to be spread across different funds to be accounted for in this one program. That way we can have a better handle on our IT needs and manage it from a centralized perspective. Your planning and building is, once again, the structural changes between contracts and staffing. It's going up a little bit into the next year with the added positions. Marketing and tourism currently is structured based on the existing contract, which is tied to 12% of TOT. So it's tied to the forecast for next year, which is not quite yet a full recovery of TOT, but it's definitely stronger than it was this year. And then the public safety law enforcement contract is just roughly estimated at $2 million. As I've been talking to you, that the proposed county sheriff proposal was much higher. It was 36% increase from the current year of 1.8. So that $2 million was just plugged in there until the negotiation is completed.
Before you go on, would you go back one slide, please? You're showing 11.5 FTEs proposed, but in our packet on page 26, it shows 19.75.
On page, I'm sorry, 26?
26?
So this is by department versus the other one is by fund. There's some general,
Wait. They have to tie together at the bottom line.
they do, and they will, and I did reconcile this one, I promise you. What you see on
Didn't
page,
tell us.
what you see on page 26 is the total salaries and benefits for 19.75 FTEs for general fund funded positions. So some of those positions are in your public works department. So we will get to that. If you take the
Okay, so page
positions.
11 that was before, and then we're gonna add some more to it, it comes up to 19. Yeah, gotcha. Thanks.
Okay, some of the proposed work highlights here, and that is something that you definitely can fit in, these are the proposed goals for just the next fiscal year for administration department. And that is to continue the comprehensive general plan update effort and community engagement, to incorporate housing element update in response to the 6th cycle regional housing needs assessment RENA that has now been approved by Santa Barbara County and accepted by all of the cities. So you will see in your special projects section of the proposed budget that we are asking for an expansion to the current scope of work with our general plan consultant, Minter Harnish, to also add the housing element update into that, since we already have the RENA numbers. We do save a lot of money by running all of it concurrently, and the new housing laws as well as the new numbers do require quite a few technical updates that the city is required to undertake.
Can I ask a quick question? The page that you have up on the screen right now, that's not in this book right now, that's just part of the presentation, right?
It is part of this book. It is.
What page is it?
Look on page 19, I think, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, sorry, everybody.
Yeah, you're right. Bottom of the page. though.
That's an important page
It's-
to have.
Page, actually,
Oh, no, it's not there.
oh, this is administration, so it starts on page 16.
Okay, got it, thank you.
So you have a summary of accomplishments
Yeah,
on page
the wrong one, sorry.
15, and then page 16 talks about the proposed work for next year. So next item will be develop marketing and strategy and operating structure, including visitor center management. That's your currently IDK and visitor center contract. So we're talking about opening up a little bit bigger picture thought about how all of that should be managed and what should be the oversight structure for that function. Work with community to develop recommendations for Copenhagen Drive. It's a temporary closure. It's coming, the current authorized temporary closure is coming up due on October 31st. So this is something that we will definitely need to work through and have a plan as to the city's direction. Establish community engagement for fiscal year 22-24, financial plan development and council goal setting. Once again, as I mentioned before, by that time we will have lots of good feedback and long-term vision and guiding principles for the next 20 years, vision for the city of Solvang, and we'll be able to talk about the first financial plan development to begin on that path. To revamp the budget document to achieve Government Fiscal Officers Association award. We are striving for that with this current fiscal year, and what will be presented to you on the 28th. Update job descriptions and performance evaluation process to meet modern standards. Roll out and implement updated employee handbook. Research and select comprehensive agenda management software package for city clerk role. Transition IT storage to cloud. We currently have double storage in some areas, and we also still have a server that will need to be replaced at some point. Update emergency operations plan and perform training. Perform impact fee study. So impact fees go along with your general plan update. And I'd like to get that process of onboarding and selecting a consultant in the next year, even though the fees may not fully be in front of you until the general plan update is completed. But having done the general plan fees this year, we'll be working on the next item here, conducting comprehensive water and wastewater rate study. The impact fee study will be the last one that will complete all of the updates to the fees. And then also research grant opportunities and begin to develop financing plan for wastewater treatment plant upgrade for phases 2 and 3, which will follow the water and wastewater rate study. So these are the proposed projects in addition to everyday operations and services provided by this department. We'll work move to Public Works Department, and that consists, as proposed, of the engineering and environmental management, the maintenance, stormwater management, which is another area that has been growing by the regulations from the state, and then also the transit. So here you will see that you have Public Works Director. That is a new or modified position. You will see that we were within these positions in 1920 at 8.5. The current adopted budget was at 6.5, and the proposal is to go to 8 full-time equivalents with a newly proposed budget.
Diane, say.
Oh, if I could just add one, sorry, good evening, Mayor Yergin, council members, Matt Vanderlinden. In that table, we also used to have a half-time public works inspector. So what's being proposed with splitting the public works department is actually gonna save the city money and provide a much better organizational structure to lead the city into the next, into the future. And as Zena has mentioned, the city manager has mentioned, there's lots of regulations that have been coming out in the last several years, one of which is the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which Councilmember Infante is very familiar with. But so we used to have the Public Works Director, Associate Engineer, Engineering Technician, and a half-time Public Works Inspector, so 3.5 FTE. What we're proposing now is Public Works Director, Associate Engineer, and Utilities Director. So the responsibilities of the Engineering Technician and the half-time Public Works Inspector are being absorbed into the positions of Public Works Director and Utilities Director. So it's actually gonna save the city money, and it's a half-person FTE less than what we had, just 2.5.
A union employee less.
Yes, and just to be transparent and walk you through when those positions existed, that part-time position existed in 1819, which was part-time public works, and then was the part-time code enforcement officer. So that transition away from that position happened a little bit earlier in history. As far as saving money, overall, I think on the general fund, we are still not going up back to the levels where we were before. But the salary levels are definitely different. So we're having less FTEs, but the Public Works Director is a more expensive position as proposed. So once again, looking at these different programs in the department and how those expenditures compare from year to year, you will see here that maintenance is increasing, but there is also an influx into that division of the parks maintenance being added, and we are adding additional FTEs compared from year to year. Our wastewater management program continues to be a substantial expenditure for the general fund. One of the issues that we will be looking at as we go through the water and wastewater fee study, we will be looking at different funding mechanisms specifically for the stormwater. So as the stormwater came as an unfunded mandate from the state, there's been several methodologies now that are used by different jurisdictions, which some of them require Prop 218 and others require vote of the people, but there's some options to consider. So work program highlights for fiscal year 21-22 is what you already heard about, is the construction of the South Valso Road pavement under construction project, construction of the HCA Park multi-upgrade project, which we'll talk about in more detail with CIP, construction of 2nd Street drainage improvement, Phase 2, Lot 4 and 5 EV charging project, and the municipal facilities master plan. And Matt will cover those in more detail under the CIP section. Utilities department is proposed to consist of the water supply distribution, sewer collection, wastewater treatment plant, and also identifying as viable and worthy of its own attention now, given where we are with all the regulation workload, is a program for groundwater sustainability management. These are the positions that are funded by the water and wastewater, or that are overseen within, I shouldn't even say funded, overseen by water and wastewater divisions, and is proposed to be part of this department. So you'll see that 1920 included 10.4 positions, 9.4 is in the adopted budget, and that was the split of the public works director, that's why you see that 0.4. And then the proposed budget includes 11 positions, which is the addition of its own utilities director and bringing back the collection systems operator. This is your look from year to year on expenditures within those programs. And some of this is due to one-time projects, and some of this is due to the additional staff in terms of the increases that you see for the 21-22 proposed budget. The program highlights for this department would be the construction of the wastewater treatment plant upgrade, the aeration system replacement project. That's a major project you just approved, and we're just going into the construction phase. Doing the environmental work for the wastewater treatment plant water quality project, 2021 water systems emergency response plan that they're working on, water line replacement project, sewer line replacement project, the 2022 update of water master plan, and then there's also going to be significant role for this department for the comprehensive water and wastewater rate study. These are the charts that we referred to before. This chart here represents the funding for positions that are funded by the general fund only. That is a total of 19.75 positions, including the 0.25 for your recreation, events management, and then these are the positions and the totals of the salaries and benefits as proposed for the positions funded by water and the wastewater fund. So 5.5 are funded by the water, and then 7.5 by the wastewater. And the 0.5s are the split of the utilities director within those. Moving on to the capital improvement program expenditures. We have programs for parks, traffic mitigation, water facilities, stormwater, sanitary sewer, streets, transit, and wastewater treatment plant. You'll see that for next year, there is $2.9 million in the wastewater treatment plant in terms of the projects that will be going in within that fiscal year. This chart here shows the total by fund of where the dollars are coming into the capital improvement program. So you see funds on the left, and then you see how much money is proposed to be allocated to the capital improvement program through years 26, 27 specific, and then kind of a catch-all of what we see on the horizon through after the 2027. So you see for the 21-22 capital improvement program, the budget that you will actually be making solid decisions on today, or not today, when you adopt the budget on June 28th, is that $3.8 million, of which 1.4 comes from the general fund and 1.2 from Measure A, and then the next significant expenditure is in the water of $480,000. The subsequent years, you are building up expectations of what our needs are. You're constantly looking at those expenditures in terms of the horizon. So that is what's used in those long-term forecasts to where we can see, you know, how are we positioned in terms of our funding structure, and will we be able to meet these capital expenditures in the future. Some of the highlights that had not previously been part of the CIP program, you will find that a lot of the projects in the CIP program actually are repeats from prior years, from prior 10-year CIP plans that have been adopted. But there's some new exciting projects. There is the Prop 68 non-competitive grant of about $170,000 that's proposed in the CIP program that would be going towards different upgrades at the Hans Christian Andersen Park. It can only be used for one park, but there's some exciting projects there. The City Hall emergency generator is something that is also in the CIP program proposed for this upcoming year. That generator is rather old. We had a chance to actually test it out during the last heat wave, where there was this bizarre lightning that had disabled all power while we had the extreme heat and there was no telephone connection for a period of time. So our generator worked, but it definitely is an important generator that provides electricity to this building, which is our emergency operations center for active emergency center, and it also powers the fire department as well. That is a significant expenditure of about $300,000. And we're also to be leaders and remind everyone of the drought conservation. We are proposing a project here at the City Hall to create a drought-tolerant display and replace the grass around this building with drought-tolerant type of plants and landscaping. With that, I will turn it over to, unless you would like to go through any questions on overall budget or operating budget, I can turn it over to Matt van der Linden, our Public Works Director, first to go over capital improvement program, and then come back to questions, if that works for you.
Are there any questions?
I do have a question. With the inception of the design review committee, so are they pretty much just enforcing the current guidelines that we have for design? Is that not up to review or restructuring at this point?
The design review committee?
Yeah, because we're talking about all of these projects that are gonna be taken on. And I didn't see the DRC there, so is that something that's pretty set in stone? It's not gonna be requiring any more work?
Well, design review, if you're referring to an update to design, design element,
Right.
the design guidelines, so that work is being primarily taken care of through the general plan update.
Okay.
There's an update to the design element, and that includes the feedback from the community that will then be translated to a design element.
Okay, so that's being handled with the general.
That is being
Okay.
handled through the
Okay.
process.
Are there any other questions?
Not this time.
I had a couple just related to the generators. I know that you were looking for generators for here as well as
Water,
for the vets hall, I think.
oh,
The
that's
other
all,
one,
yes.
there was two of them,
Yeah, there's actually.
or, and then one for the water lift. Was he?
Yeah, there's two proposed, trailer mounted, generators for the water division. Then there's the replacement of the stationary emergency generator that powers, as the city manager was saying, this building and the fire station. That's located here, in our little small corporate yard, off the alley back here. And then, we're proposing a generator for, the Veterans Memorial Hall.
And that one, so at least currently, we have 3 of those 4, correct? Already in place. I mean, I know they're old, but
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So of course, we have the existing one. The generator here for this building is very old. It's well over 20 years old, and which is about the useful life of a generator like that. We've been maintaining it really well because of the importance of it, but it should be replaced. But the water division currently, they had, a few years back, they had just 2 trailer mounted generators. And as we went into the drought and constructed additional wells, we realized we needed actually 2 additional generators. But for budgetary reasons, we only replaced one of them. But because we really need them badly, instead of surplusing and selling one of the old ones, we retained it. So the water division right now has 2 old ones plus a third, like relatively new one. It's about, I think, 2 years old. So we're getting close to wrapping up a federal mandated risk and resiliency assessment for our water system. And one of the recommendations in that, in the preliminary findings, which we just reviewed with our consultant about a month ago, was we really need additional emergency generators. So that's why we plugged that into the budget, the 2 additional trailer mounted emergency generators for the water division. Then in addition to that, over at the Vets Hall, that is our designated emergency shelter for the city. And we had applied for grant funding in the past. There's a hazard mitigation grant program run by FEMA. We had applied for grant funding to get a generator in the past, and we were unsuccessful. So, but there is still a need for that. And part of the work for running the conduit and constructing a concrete pad for the generator, it is included in the Vets Hall restroom upgrades project. So the idea was, originally we were thinking that was gonna go first, and we construct the pad, run the conduit and everything, and then when we get the generator, we set it in place, run the wiring, and make the modifications to the electrical panel and add the automatic switchgear, or manual switchgear at the electrical panel. And we did a project also about 4 years ago to fully upgrade our electrical panel there. So that there used to be this like hodgepodge of like 5 different electrical panels and things scabbed on and everything. We did a really nice project and completely replaced all that with a nice brand new panel, one single, state-of-the-art panel that covered everything. So we kind of we're taking steps to kind of get everything in place. But right now, the idea is we would get the generator and let's get that and run the conduit and get all that taken care of. And then in our capital plan is not for next year, but the year after is the timing that we're proposing for the Veterans Hall restroom upgrades. But of course, that's at the pleasure of the city council. So if you want us to change that around or whatever, that's totally fine. But
That answers. Thank you, Matt.
We'll move into the
That's
capital
all we have
improvement
for
program.
now. Do we want to take a short break? Or how much time do you think?
It would probably take about 20 minutes at least to go through this capital improvement program.
I can go fast, but if you want to take a break, that's fine. So.
Let's take 5 minutes. Just
Thank you.
at 7:58. Bringing it back to session 8:05.
All right, well, good evening again, Mayor Yergin, council members, Matt Vanderlyn, your Public Works Director and City Engineer. And before I start, I did want to just mention, and I kind of mentioned this through the presentation, but really the point of presenting the capital improvement program is to inform and educate the city council and the community members, but also especially get direction from the city council as you deem appropriate. So if there are projects you want us to add in there somewhere or delete that you think that's not a priority or that's not something you want to do, if there's a project you want us to accelerate, move forward, or to delay, push out because you feel it's not as important, you know, we're happy to receive all that kind of direction from you. And we've tried to be comprehensive in all the public works related capital needs of the city. But if there's anything that we've missed or whatever, you know, we're happy to add it and we want to receive your input and direction. So we do our capital planning on a 10-year outlook. And so this capital plan is for fiscal year 2021, 22 through 2030-31. And the capital plan is a long-range plan that identifies, prioritizes, and schedules projects for the city based on identified needs. So the goal of the city's capital improvement effort is to provide decision makers, the city council, and the community opportunity to guide capital investments, make the best use of limited resources, and provide community facilities that function well, enhance the standard of living, and contribute to the public health, safety, and attractiveness of the city. So there are several reasons we do the capital planning. It's to evaluate facilities and identify needs. We want to also engage and inform the community. We want to implement a long-range strategic planning process, and we systematically evaluate all projects at the same time. So one of the things we do is we look at each specific area and plan out projects, but then we look at the total combined effect, so to speak, and we try to balance out the expenditures if we can over the 10-year period. Sometimes that's not possible. We do have occasionally these big projects like the wastewater treatment plant where you're going to have expenditures much higher in that 1 or 2 years than most of the other years. But we do look at it all together and make sure things fit. Kind of like I was saying, for the Vets Hall, we did the electrical panel upgrades, then we were going to do the restroom upgrades. That included some of the conduit and some of the work for the generator, and then we were going to continue to try to get a grant for the generator and install that at the last piece, you know. So it's that kind of looking at everything kind of together as well as individually. So we also want to balance new investments versus maintaining what we have. So for example, with our sidewalk master plan, the city council, when they reviewed that several years ago, had to make some difficult choices because yes, it'd be wonderful to have sidewalk on every street in the city, but if we're already having difficulty maintaining what we have now and having to upgrade existing corners with access ramps that meet current ADA standards and stuff, there's a lot of expenditure on that, and so you kind of have to balance the new improvements versus maintaining what we already have. And as I mentioned, it's the opportunity for the city council to set priorities and ensure infrastructure is maintained, and it's used in referencing as a reference when adopting the annual city budget. So we have studies, we have parks and public facilities projects, street traffic mitigation, stormwater and transit projects for the water division, the wastewater division, which includes the sewer collection system as well as the wastewater treatment plant. We have multiple funding sources. Of course, there's the general fund, There's the government impact fees, as the city manager briefly covered, as well as the traffic safety fund, gas tax, the SB1, road maintenance and rehabilitation account. That's the RMRA funding. That's one of the newer funding sources. We receive about $100,000 a year under that funding source. And our local transportation fund, we have Measure A, and just by way of reminder, we get the annual amount of Measure A funding that's population based, and that's approximately $400,000 every year. But then in addition to that, what the voters approved when they approved the Measure A county ordinance, there was earmarked $3 million for the city of Solvang as well as the city of Buellton. We each got $3 million for special circulation improvement projects. So, so we just implemented a cooperative agreement with SBCAG to utilize $600,000 of that $3 million towards part of the cost of the South Alisal Road reconstruction project. So I'll be touching on in a minute another project that's coming up that we're planning to use some of that funding for. Of course, we have the water fund and wastewater fund revenues and the transit fund. As the city manager mentioned, our transit budget is a little over $1 million around every year, and all that money comes from federal FTA 5311 transit funding, state TDA transit funding, and the fares that we collect. So not one dime of city money is used. It's all these state and federal funding for the transit. Then we also have the Regional Surface Transportation Program and State Transportation Improvement Program, and then various grants such as the ATP, that's the Active Transportation Program. The state of California implemented that a few years ago, and what they did was they combined, I think, 4 different funding programs into one big program to try to kind of simplify it and reduce the amount of costs to agencies to apply for funding and so forth. But that's the Active Transportation Program. And then there's the Prop 68, which is the new money that we're going to get this coming year for the upgrades at Hans Christian Andersen Park. So we have, of course, a lot of annual repair, rehabilitation, replacement projects on existing facilities. We have overlays, slurry seal, pavement repairs, including what we call dig out repairs. When there's a really alligator failing section of a street, we'll completely dig that out and repave that section. Of course, we have sidewalk, drainage, curb and gutter improvements and repairs, traffic mitigation projects, water line, valve and fire hydrant replacement projects. We have well and reservoir projects, sewer line and manhole replacement projects, and of course the lift station upgrades and repairs. And I kind of just highlighted there in blue that last bullet item. In the capital plan, what happens is, having been doing this for many years, in that 10-year window that you're looking at, you know, year 1, 2, maybe 3 is pretty accurate, pretty tight, you know, and that's, you know, kind of well laid out. But as you get into those outer years, it's basically just kind of preliminary, and we know every year or so different things come up. Sometimes we have facilities that fail that we don't anticipate their failure, and they have to be addressed. And then of course, every few years we have new council members that have different priorities and make, you know, give staff direction to make changes. So the outer years are kind of just more strategic planning, approximate. So some recently completed projects were the rebuilding of the tennis courts at H.J. Park, the completion of the 5th Street sidewalk project, the Solvang School sidewalk project. Both of those sidewalk projects, we received additional Measure A grant funding for their Safe Routes to School grant program to help fund those projects. Of course, the pickleball courts. Actually, the San Jose Valley Transit bus stop eight upgrades. It's scheduled to be nearly completed by June 30th. The contractor's supposed to be breaking ground, I think next week, but it's a small project, so it'll take them about 4 weeks. They probably won't finish until July, but they'll be close to having that finished by June 30th.
Matt, where's bus stop 8?
It's right in front of the Union Bank on Mission
One of the
Drive.
Union Bank,
Yeah.
okay.
The well 7A rehabilitation. So well 7A was giving us lots of problems. We replaced the pump and motor on that. We cleaned the well casing and restored some of the lost capacity of that well. So that was a really helpful project. And then the PFAS water sampling and reporting. So it was in June of last year. It was like, I want to say it was like June 25th, something like that. We received an urgent notice from the state saying, hey, we're being required to implement this water sampling and reporting program. PFAS is an acronym. It's the kind of Teflon. It's a material that's used on Teflon coatings on frying pans. It's used in the foam that firefighters use for gasoline or oil fires. It's found in a lot of other plastic products and stuff. But so apparently it's determined to be, you know, highly carcinogenic, and so the state is trying to build up their database of information on this so that they can make, of course, new regulations. But in order to build up that database, they require that we implement this monitoring or sampling and reporting program. So we're just about done with that. We developed this plan. We've been sampling with the assistance of a consultant, and we've been compiling that information. And here in the next month or two, we're going to be submitting everything to the state. But
Are we paying for that? They asked us to do it, but we're paying for it?
Yeah, we are paying for it.
Okay.
It's, you know, fortunately, it's less than $50,000 that we're spending, but it's kind of, it's, the procedures they want followed are very technical and everything, so we had to hire a consultant that's really experienced in this specific type of program. For example, the wells that we draw the samples from, we have to flush those, and they have to have special pumps and components that don't have this PFAS plastic material. And I guess a lot of pumps, the bearings and everything have this material in it. So it's like you know, because it's really slippery. It's like that Teflon, you know, in your frying pan. So yeah. Anyway, so we got to take all these steps and, you know, follow these procedures, but anyway, so it was kind of a shock to us. It wasn't even in the budget. We had to do a mid-year budget adjustment and just implement it right away. Actually, I think we presented a staff report to the former city council, but you know, to do the budget adjustment and implement it right away. But anyway, so we're just about completed with that. We've completed our update of our pavement management system. You received a presentation on that a few maybe 2 months ago. We're just about done with our risk and resiliency study for the water system. And our sewer system management plan was updated at the end of 2020. And our sewer system master plan is just about finished. The consultant's wrapping that up and going to have the draft report to us this month. And I think in August we'll be bringing you the updated sewer master plan for your review and comments and approval. So the last time the sewer master plan was updated was in 1988. So that's one thing we're really happy about, getting that updated now. And then the little image there is from our downtown parking study that we completed a few months back. So a few high priority projects, of course, you're aware of the wastewater treatment plant water quality project phase 1, which is the aeration system replacement, the South Alisal Road pavement reconstruction project, the HCA Park multi-upgrade project. We also have the Second Street drainage improvements, that's phase 2. So about 3 years ago, we finished phase 1 of the Second Street drainage improvements. That went from Mission Drive through parking lot 2 to Copenhagen Drive. And so phase 2 is gonna come down Second Street from Copenhagen and go through the edge of this dirt lot, which so there's an existing storm drain system there now, but it has to be upgraded. And that dumps out at the drainage, kind of between the houses there, behind 3rd Street and Oak Street here. Okay. Also, water line replacement program, we're gonna be doing the engineering work for that next year, as well as the sewer line replacement program. So there are many sewer lines and water lines in the city that are either undersized or have problems associated with them, or are reaching the end of their useful life. So most of these facilities, most of our water and sewer lines have a life expectancy between 60, 70, maybe 80 years tops. And so everything that was built in the mid-60s is already exceeded 50 years life and is fast approaching 60 years. So, but we do have a lot of lines that were built in the late 40s and throughout the whole period of the 50s. So a lot of those lines are 70 years old now and are in need of being replaced. So, and then we'll be doing the engineering work for the lots 4 and 5 EV charging project. Some of the high priority studies, as Zena mentioned, our water and sewer rate study, the municipal facilities master plan. We're working on a local road safety plan. So that is, that's a plan that we have to have to be eligible for future traffic safety grant funding, traffic safety related grant funding. And so we actually got a grant to do the local road safety plan. That'll help us get grant funding in the future. So that's being done at no cost to the city. And then we have the Water Master Plan 2022 update and the Water System Emergency Response Plan. So after we finish the Water System Risk and Resiliency Study, we're also required to do this Emergency Response Plan. And so it's actually good. We really needed to update our Water System Emergency Response Plan. And we're now updating it based on the American Water Works Association and federal government standards and everything that were set. So they have basically different standards for really large urban water purveyors versus smaller rural ones. But still, it's based on these national standards now, and this will be really beneficial for us to improve the security of our facilities and our ability to respond in any emergency. So the strategic planning portion of the CIP, that's kind of the projects that are out a few years. One is the Veterans Hall ADA and restroom upgrades, as I mentioned. Another really important future project is the Alisal Bridge Pier Repair Project. So as a result of the gravel mining downstream of the bridge, what happens is they dig a pit, then there's large flows in the river, and it sucks all the gravel upstream and fills up those pits again. But when it sucks all that gravel from upstream, it erodes and drops the flow line of the river down a little bit each year. And so in the middle of the bridge, there's 2 or 3 piers. Those are the big columns that support the superstructure of the bridge. There's 2 or 3 of them that have scour now about 12 feet lower than when the bridge was originally constructed. And so, and that has resulted in some damage to the foundation underneath 2 or 3 of those piers. And so again, 2 or 3 of those piers need to be reinforced and repaired, to protect the bridge for.
Matt, just for a second, going back to the ADA upgrades
Mhm.
at the Vets Hall, is there a regulatory issue at all that it needs to be done within a certain period of time? I get calls on that from time to time from people.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So, what the requirements are for public agency and ADA deficiencies is we're required to have what's called an ADA transition plan. And basically, so the federal government recognized that, you know, when they pass these laws, cities have tons of existing facilities and they can't just like spend, you know, massive millions of dollars overnight or in just a couple of years to replace them and upgrade them. So you have to have a plan in place, which is this transition plan, to show how you're regularly addressing the deficiencies. And so, as far as Public Works is concerned, we've been, since I got here, we've been maintaining a table that shows all of our expenditures for ADA upgrades every year. And so when we replace the sidewalk at a corner that doesn't have a ramp with a new ramp, or if we replace an old ramp to bring it up to code to the current ADA standards, all those expenditures get tracked so that we can demonstrate, hey, we're making progress. So for example, the doors here at City Hall and across the street at the Annex were also replaced and have the push button activation. That was part of our ADA transition plan. And so in that ADA transition plan, the sort of the elephant in the room, or the one big thing that's like the most efficient, is the Veterans Memorial Hall. And a lot of the deficiencies are minor, but there's just numerous ones. And it's, you know, it's kind of crazy, but the ADA requirements are very specific on all kinds of things. So the height of hand railing, the positioning of the hand railing, how far it extends in front of the toilet, how far it extends behind the toilet, the height of signage that has braille on it for someone to read, all this kind of stuff. It's, you know, so we have a whole big report. We had an ADA inspector come and inspect that whole facility, prepared a report for us, and it was in response to that report and as part of our ADA transition plan to do these upgrades. So, so sorry for such a long answer, but the short answer is we need to address it. We don't have a specific deadline. There's not a specific deadline that it has to be done by. And that's because we have been able to show in other areas where we've been upgrading existing corners and things and putting in sidewalk, which is to improve accessibility. We have been spending money every year and making progress, but this is the one big facility. I mean, when we do this project, we'll eliminate about half of the remaining deficiencies. You know, it's like the deficiencies that need to be addressed at the Vets Hall are about half of the list of things that need to be addressed. So
You have a guesstimate on a time frame on that?
what we've proposed in the 10-year plan is
22, 23.
not necessarily with year after to do the construction. So the plans and specifications are completed. They're on the shelf. We just gotta dust them off, kind of like update them a little bit, and then go out to bid. Well, coordinate the schedule of it, because before, when the project was canceled, we had coordinated to have the work done like from mid-January to mid-March, which is kind of a slow period for the rental of the Vets Hall. And so we had it all coordinated and everything, but then it got canceled. So, but yeah, so it's proposed for not next year, but the year after.
Thank you.
Then there's a few other projects, the Caltrans Highway 246 Bridge Replacement Project. So that is a Caltrans project. This is the project I was mentioning that Caltrans has requested that the city, share in the cost of that project. It's a $30 million project. They've requested that we contribute $1.2 million. By making that contribution, that, frees up additional money that they can access for the project. But, so we're, this has been presented a number of times to the previous city councils over the last maybe 5 years. But, the plan is to use 600,000 of that 3 million circulation improvement money. And we're hoping that, Solvang had, been approved for $600,000 in what they call Measure A cost savings, towards this project. So, well, actually, we got approved for the 600,000 for a different project at that location. It was a separate bicycle pedestrian bridge. And this month, I believe, it's gonna go to the SBCAG board, for approval of that money, towards this project, because there's gonna be a pedestrian bicycle component, to the Caltrans bridge replacement project. So, hopefully that'll get approved, and the 600,000 from both of those will make up the 1.2 million, city contribution. So nothing out of the general fund for that.
Matt, does that project qualify for any of the ARP traffic infrastructure money? Or is that where SBCAG is supposedly helping out, or Caltrans is getting that funding?
Yeah, I'm not sure all the funding sources, but I'm sure Caltrans is tapping into all the most recent things that have come up. Yeah, the American Rescue Plan is what we're referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I don't know specifically the answer to that, but I do know that they're trying to get as much funding as they can for all these types of projects, so.
I know there was a lot of money on the table for infrastructure and building, road maintenance and all that, that I think this local jurisdiction had to apply for by a certain time. I think it's passed now for this coming funding plan, but I know with the plan that we have, it might be prudent to look into that.
Okay,
It's
I'm making a note of that.
pretty substantial. And I was wondering, has anybody talked with the county, or has anybody approached the county to assist with Vets Hall?
Yes, I have,
Because they have
I'm
surplus.
on the board of directors for the county, as all city managers work closely with the emergency operations director from the county. And the county has been fairly proactive in seeking grant funding, and the emergency operations director does reach out with any opportunities to the cities. So we did definitely put in for at least one grant funding source so far. We didn't make a priority, but we are also working on an additional opportunity. And we haven't lost the first opportunity completely, we're just not a highly prioritized project right now. But yes, the short answer is we are working with the county on any grant opportunities there.
Good, thank you.
Great, so, two other projects at the end of this list here, the Mission Drive Easton Bikeway and Shoulder Widening Project. So that's a proposed project to widen Mission Drive from Pine Street down to Elmo Pintado Road, to basically widen it and provide sufficient room for full bike lanes on both sides of the road. And then the Fjord Drive Extension, which is a project that's been talked about and conceived for many years, and it's kind of just out there, kind of like as a placeholder, really.
What has been the public feedback on that particular extension? I mean,
Well, we haven't really done, we haven't done any really public outreach on that for many years. It was first studied by the county before the city was incorporated, I believe. And then it was incorporated in the city's, the circulation element of the city's general plan. And that was updated in 2008. So the last time it was kind of out there for public comment as a potential future project was 2008. And since that time, it's, most years, it's been in the 10-year capital plan, either in year 9, 10, or just
Yes.
as a footnote on the bottom saying, you know, it's a future project, it's, you know.
But isn't that,
identified.
doesn't that cross private property? Doesn't that cross the gravel yard?
Yeah, so the city does, own the right of way, from the dead end barricade across, the mobile home park property
Right.
to like where Adobe Creek, dumps out to the San Ynez River. Yeah, so, I think what the idea was that at some point in the future, when that land redevelops, because they're no longer doing gravel mining in the river anymore, when that project, that site redevelops, the road would be run through there and tie into the intersection where Skid Mesa Road is, and you'd have a traffic signal or a roundabout or something there, and that would be the, you know,
If
connect.
that ever happened, at least Caltrans would reconsider putting a stoplight or a traffic circle or something at that place, which they won't do now.
Right, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, that extension would get a certain response from a segment of the community that lives down there. That
Yeah, yeah.
If a bike path was that contentious, then wait till you try and put a street through.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then again, that's why that street is, sorry to interrupt, but that's why that street is so wide. The original plan was, it was gonna go all through, even before the golf course was built. Wasn't it going to connect Refugio with the 101? Was there a talk about that?
I thought that was
Well,
maybe that street east, if you go down Olisolin, it goes back out to 101. But I don't think Fjord was ever
I
designed.
think it's been converted to a bicycle.
Well, that's where they're working
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
we've got that's where the bike path is too, but it's just, I've heard.
Anyway.
okay, so, then of course, phase 2 and 3 of the wastewater treatment and water quality project. We have the future River Wells project and the Reservoir 1 expansion project. So the summary here, sorry for the tiny little print, this has actually been updated. The updated version is in your, on page 36 of your agenda packet. And that's the updated summary. And then also the individual projects and the description and the need are identified in the subsequent pages. So I wasn't planning to go over each of those individually, but I'm happy to discuss and elaborate on any of those projects, explain the need for them, and receive the city council input and direction on any project. And so at this point, kind of like how I started, we're looking for your direction. If there's any projects you want us to delete or to reduce or to add or increase or to defer, we appreciate any guidance and direction you have for us. So that concludes my presentation.
I think we're numb.
Sorry.
Are there any questions?
I just have a comment. It's interesting that so many of these are because the plan update is needed to comply with federal and state funding. The plan is updated, needed to comply with federal and state funding. Everything is direction from Sacramento. You gotta do this, you gotta do this.
Yeah.
Regardless of cost. I mean, occasionally you get a grant, but regardless of cost, you're paying for it.
And obviously, on some of these larger projects like the Fjord Drive extension, some of that will be updated with the general plan update. So this is based on the existing general plan when it comes to some of those outer year projects.
Is that Mission Drive East End widening project would also be part of that?
Yes.
Definitely, because
I think that's a priority.
definitely, I do too.
Wastewater and also, and Mission Drive
Mission Drive.
down are the two, in my opinion, the two biggest priorities we have. Wastewater's obviously the overriding one, but if you had any money left over, it'd be, and I know it's a separate fund, but to make those, get the clean up that Mission Drive down to Alamo Potato.
Yeah, I think that would be nice. Is there still talk about, is there any part of the plan from Caltrans? At one point, I know at Alamo Potato, they were talking about a large roundabout. So with this project, what does Alamo Potato look like?
That's a really good question. In fact, just this week I had a progress sort of update meeting with Caltrans staff on the project. So, we had asked them, you know, back 12 years ago or 13 years ago, when the city was looking at replacing the bridge or adding or widening it for better bicycle access, Caltrans required that we look at the intersection of Alamo Pintado and Mission Drive. And then then that triggered looking at the intersection of Alamo Pintado and Old Mission. So we told Caltrans, hey, you know, you required us to do that, you guys should do the same. But they've basically said the only way they've been able to move this project forward, the bridge replacement project, is under their SHOP program, which is like a really large-scale maintenance projects for them. And so they can only just do the replacement of the bridge. But by the city contributing 1.2 million, that's also going to incorporate connectivity of the Alamo Pintado Mission Drive intersection, but bicycle and pedestrian connectivity from that intersection to the existing Class 1 bike path path that goes to the high school. So that's what our contribution is guaranteeing, that'll be addressed. And they do propose improvements all along the frontage there by the veterinary clinic, the pawn shop and the gas station, all the way up, you know, so they're gonna put in sidewalk and curb and gutter and everything, and the whole profile of the road will be modified. So like I said, it's a $30 million project, so it's pretty major. But yeah, so that's the extent to which they're looking at Alamo Pintado. Yeah, it's pretty limited.
Well, I would agree with Councilmember Clark that Mission Drive, getting the circulation through there, especially when we have whatever we decide to do on Copenhagen Drive, because Copenhagen Drive, you know, was always a bypass as well, but now it's not being able to be used for that, so that's dumped more traffic onto Mission Drive just because of the impact of having closure on Copenhagen.
Yeah.
Does still come and bring everybody together at Alisal and Mission, which, you know, has historically been our busiest intersection for traffic accidents. But
So if you'd like, we can push that forward in the 10-year plan. Of course, it's gonna be sort of that project will be sort of vetted and out there as part of the general plan, or the overall general plan update and the update of the circulation element. I should just mention, just for your information, for a few years, we had in the 10-year capital plan to add a traffic signal at the intersection of Pine and Mission.
right.
But the thing of it is, from our experience of trying to get a traffic signal at Mission and Skip Mesa Drive, when the developer was gonna pay for half of it, and their traffic engineer did studies and all this other stuff to demonstrate that traffic signal was warranted, you know, Caltrans disputed the findings of the traffic engineer and said, no, we don't think any changes at this time are needed or warranted. And even when the city was gonna pay for it, basically, with half city money, half developer money, they wouldn't allow us to do it. They said no. So it's kind of, seemed to the staff sort of ridiculous to have a project in there to put a traffic signal anywhere else. When we know they're just gonna say no until they think that it needs it. And having a traffic signal in there in our plan means that we'd be the ones paying for it. And, you know, at least in my opinion, I think Caltrans should be the one paying for it, not the city. But if we do the widening, that can be laid out for a proper traffic signal at that intersection, So it'll pave the way for a future traffic signal to get added. Because right now, the way the right-of-way is and everything, it'd be very problematic.
You're thinking of something like a right turn lane as you're coming into town onto Pine Street?
Well,
Something that would allow that to happen?
I'm sorry, say that
because-
again?
Well, you said a potential traffic, if the road was done properly, potentially a traffic signal at Pine and Mission. If you're coming up Alamo Pintado, would you put a right turn lane or something that would make that a little bit easier to negotiate? I don't think they're gonna let you come out of there. I know that Caltrans wouldn't let, when the Mission View Apartments were gonna be in the lumberyard, they tried to put a driveway in there and Caltrans said no.
Right, right.
They said, hell no.
Yeah, so this right turn lane you're describing,
That's already there.
you mean like westbound on Mission to turn right onto Pine?
Right,
Yeah, so yeah, in essence, it is already there.
kind of.
But
Yeah.
is it, but,
I don't turn.
but what would be done is we would, we'd have to hire an engineering firm, obviously, and we'd look at a couple different alternatives. But some of those alternatives would require, right-of-way acquisition. So either on the north side or the south side. And so the cost difference and what kind of right-of-way impacts that might be. But the city has, some options, which I probably shouldn't get too far into right now, but the city owns a lot of that property down below.
On
On
the
the
south side.
Yeah, so we own a bunch of property there. That property could be subdivided and a lot created to exchange for another lot that you're taking. If it's, especially if it's a commercial, so there's things like that had kind of whirling in my back of my head for years. Yeah, so all those kind of, options and ideas would be presented to the city council and to make decisions on, how best to proceed. And, but by doing that, you dramatically reduce the cost of right-of-way acquisition, because you're kind of swapping land, so to speak. Yeah, but,
I don't think we're gonna settle that tonight.
no, that's,
It's,
yeah. But if you'd like, we can kind of move that forward a couple years. Right now, it's kind of out past the first 6 years, so,
I'd like to see that moved up.
I think I would too, and one of the reasons is the St. George project. I mean, he's gonna, if, whatever happens to that.
Yeah.
If anything's gonna develop there, you need,
It's gonna cause traffic
Yeah.
issues, and the access from Pine coming up and then going to Maple, so you could enter the hotel, would be,
That timing might be right, because some of that responsibility would fall on the developer.
yeah.
yeah.
hmm.
So, okay, good, we'll move that up.
To next week.
Okay. No, I was gonna give him 2 weeks.
So 22, 23?
Yeah, well, that's, obviously, it's a multi-year project, because you're gonna spend 1 year,
Study.
looking at,
Get the wheels turning.
looking at alternatives and doing the environmental work. Then year 2, you're doing all the engineering work and getting your permits and stuff with Caltrans, because of course, still gotta do that. And then year 3 would be the construction. So it's like a 3-year project. A lot of these bigger projects are at least 3 years, so.
So at some point, we might actually be able to complete the sidewalk to nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So,
At some point.
okay, great. We'll do that. Great, thank you. Anything else?
Just one question, and it feels super inconsequential, because I think what we just talked about, it's a priority compared to a lot of the other projects, but I see a lot of things that are addressing, bike trails and park upgrading and things like that. I would think that if we cannot get more road to accommodate cars, we can definitely encourage, biking or alternative modes of transportation. I would imagine that less cars on the road overall is better for, the upkeep. There's virtually no bike racks to load bikes anywhere. So as, you know, we improve the infrastructure for allowing for biking and things like that, it does become a hassle to think about carrying a bike throughout town because there's no place where to lock it. I think the Solvang Park only has two stations. So as we are looking at, you know, upgrading sidewalks and parks and things like that, I would put more bike locks,
Like,
locations
Yeah.
in it as part of the plan.
Okay, great. Yeah, that sounds great. In fact, all those kind of things, when I, you know, it's terrible, I'm a civil engineer, so everywhere I go, you know, I look at stuff like this. But they have a lot of, decorative type, bike, rack systems that are basically kinda like art, they're like street.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know, there's all kinds of different stuff.
Yeah,
So we can present some options to, on, you know, what you might like. I mean, there's one across the street in front of the annex, you know, it's just a metal post with two like loops kind of on it, it's, you know, it's fine if you want to, no, it looks okay, it's.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I mean, there's tons of options, but I think as long as we have them, because I'm biased because I bike everywhere, but we realize, you know, we're biking from home to going to town, we're gonna go to brunch, and there's no place where to bike the parks that aren't in the way unless you're gonna
Sure.
walk all the way where they are, and then you have to walk back, so I think,
Oh, okay, great,
Yeah,
I'll make a
placement of
note
that
of
is,
that, we can,
you know.
we can add that, that's no problem.
So just as a reminder, once again, today we are kind of getting policy direction, general comments from you, or as specific as you want to get. We'll be back to you on June 28th with the actual budget adoption. So is this a project you would like us to bake into that proposed June 28th budget as just a majority head nods? Would you like something like that to be added to the June 28th proposed budget? It may not be a very large project, but obviously it will have some
Sure,
additional.
I think so.
Yeah, we could add half a dozen, bike records like that for probably $15,000, so.
Whoa, really? Couple thousand apiece? I guess installation and,
Yeah.
yeah, gotcha. I just.
Councilmember Infante is gonna build some out of wood for us. He'll turn him on his lathe. Just confirming that in 2021, I'm looking on page 40, that the park projects, the HCA Park multi-upgrade project
Mm-hmm,
and the HCA Park bicycle pump track,
mm-hmm.
those are all gonna happen and be completed by next this coming fiscal year.
That's the plan.
That's the plan. Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, yeah.
The Solvang Park shade improvements, same with those, is what's going on, it's projected.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, our pergola replacement is 5-6 years down the road,
Was it? Oh, yeah, it is.
2026.
Yeah, so,
Is that to also bring it up to
Area D?
ADA requirement stuff as well?
Yeah, so what, you're talking about the very last project on the list that? that
Yeah, I
Area
think it's
D?
the last one
Yeah.
on my list, on page 41 now.
Right, so what,
Oh, I'm sorry, that's Area D. I'm thinking Solvang Park gazebo repairs.
Yeah,
No.
the big park.
I know. In my mind, I was thinking Solvang Park though,
Oh, yeah.
because that would, isn't that 80,000 there in 2023, 24, is that something that we may also be able to get ADA funds for, to assist with that?
well, let me just clarify, because I think there might be some confusion. So we had a project, identified a few years ago, which was, an ADA access ramp.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so that project at this time has been dropped. And what this project is repairs to the roof
Right.
and the ceiling, cause there's like a kind of a tile ceiling underneath there. And, so be replacing the roof, replacing the the ceiling, and upgrading all the lighting and electrical. Cause right now, the lights are kinda old style and they're, you know, whatever, I think, so we replace them with LED fixtures and, probably add, one or two more electrical outlets. So that's the gazebo repairs, it's a different project.
Yeah, I know I was referring to the ramp upgrade, not,
Right.
because I thought there was funds that were, and a nonprofit, one of the Rotaries was gonna assist putting that thing together and getting it all built.
At one point in
Yeah.
time, I think the Vikings volunteered if you would give them, let the Vikings put their name on it, and somebody in the city said no. Is what I've been told.
Okay, well, I'm not aware of that, you know, cause Public Works just inherited all the park stuff.
Right.
Just recently, so, I knew we were working on a project, and I heard about different kind of ideas and stuff, kind of like what you just mentioned, but I never, became aware of anything that kind of got set in stone, that, okay, we got the funding, and it's all, you know, it's kind of like a lot of just talk, that, you know, or ideas, and so,
Well, the one what I heard was the elevator lift in the back. So we didn't have to build ramps that took up the whole park.
yeah, so that's interesting that you say that, because I mean, if we were gonna do a project like that, that's what I would recommend. I mean, we have lifts on all of our San Luis Valley Transit buses. You know, it's you know, less than $10,000, you know, and so I don't know. Whatever the city council wants staff to do and wants me to do, I'm totally happy to do it. But to me, it just didn't make sense. And I didn't have enough clear history or direction or anything to even put it in the plan. I probably should have had it on the list, like, you know, sometimes I put,
Well-
to be determined, you know, future. I probably should add that, on there, but, yeah, to me, why would you wanna spend $120,000 if you can just spend $10,000 and, you know, well, even if you had to replace the thing every 5 years, cause we replace these buses, you know, every, 4 or 5 years, cause they get so many miles on them and stuff. You still need money way ahead, you know, just having a little lift thing there. So, and you're not and to get the slope that you need, the ramp is gonna be super long, it's gonna go around half the building. Yeah, so it just, I don't know, from my perspective, it didn't make sense, so I just, you know. But I'll add that as a, to be determined, and at least so it's on there, not forgotten.
Something to make it handicap approved, that's all.
Any additional comments or questions on the capital improvement program? And then we can perhaps turn towards the overall budget again and see if you have any additional direction. Yep.
Okay, great, thank you, so I'll incorporate those 3, revisions.
Thanks.
Thank you, Matt. Right, so going back to today and the overall budget that you're looking at. Once again, the budget appropriations are fully within your council discretion. You also set the policy for the programs and service levels that we will perform over the next year. You have seen a summary of one-time projects and efforts that we are proposing for the next year, the changes to the operating programs and the org structure, as well as the CIP program. So as we go from here to the final budget adoption, which will be in front of you on June 28th, we as staff will be incorporating any changes that you may have for final adoption. So if you have any additional changes you'd like to see, we're here to hear your policy direction.
Does anybody have anything?
Yeah, I have a request. On page 28, the various organizations that we've helped in the past to a certain degree, not necessarily suggesting that we do them all, obviously, but there's one in particular that, tugs on me that I'd like to at least have considered, and that's the Therapeutic Writing Center. I don't know what the policy was by the previous council, on setting the number of requests that they were going to fulfill or not. I don't know if that's in policy or before.
So I can give you a little bit of background on that. And you will see that the data here goes back to 2018-19, and prior to 1920 budget development, there wasn't a set policy for what type of priorities council would like to fund through this grants funding program, which is very solving specific. It's not something that's standardly done in different municipalities. So there was a lot of applications that would be received for a period of time, and the funding that the council was appropriating was definitely growing over time. So in 1920, there was a policy implemented that only grant opportunities for humanitarian services with a focus on senior services would be entertained as part of that process. That policy did come to you earlier this year, and you looked at it and approved it as is, but you definitely are, it's within your discretion to suggest additional funding towards those organizations. Generally speaking, the organizations go through a process of putting in an application if they're interested, but obviously based on the policy, the indication would be that only humanitarian services with focus on senior services would be submitted. So you had 4 applications this year, which 4 of them, or 3 of them had to do with different senior services organizations, and 1 was the food rescue, which actually also helps senior service organizations, but it's a little bit different, nonprofit.
I guess my position would be that PTSD vets and children with special needs, kind of falls in with the elderly as well.
Can I add to that as well? I think if you went back another year or 2 prior to these numbers here, they were very large numbers. And it got to the point, and when I was in the council, the previous council that addressed this, it got to the point where, how do you say no? And what is the best use of taxpayer money to give all these great organizations cash? And it was getting, in my opinion, it was getting out of control, and we kind of had to curtail it and say, what's our focus? It's our seniors. And especially with the situation we went through last year, there's just, who knows how much money we have. But everybody would come and make their presentation in a live meeting, asking for $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, and then we're doling out money that night. And I just think it got a little bit out of whack, because it brought, and it's just, how do you say no to your neighbors that have a great cause, and yet, give money to somebody else? It just got crazy. So I think that's where kind of the reason it got kind of reined in was because of that.
Well, here's the question. I know we set up kind of parameters on what we want to prioritize, because obviously we want to give money to everybody, but we only have
But these
so
are
many
tax
funds.
dollars. They're not
Yeah.
our money to give. That's what I was saying. I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, well, my point is, what's the process for selecting them? Obviously, there's an application process. Do we get together and decide how we're gonna distribute that allocated money? Or is it kind of first come, first served basis? What's the selection process?
So the process as it stands right now is that first a policy is brought to the city council, to where the city council can weigh in as to what your priorities would be in terms of funding. So it could be, the policy that you looked at and approved was humanitarian services with focus on senior services. Although I would say that, for example, if your pre-writing program is a humanitarian service, it may not be focused on senior services, but it's still within the scope of the policy. Once you look at and approve the policy, we open up an application process, and we inform all of the prior applicants or recipients of the grant, the process is open, they have an opportunity to apply. So those are the 4 applications that you saw, or we have received that are summarized in here, that will be presented to you in more detail with the budget adoption. They provide us with an application form. At that point, you would actually take action on whether you would like to fund these organizations or not. If you wanted to add some particular focus, like children with special services as an addition at this point, it's feasible within your jurisdiction. We could reach out to them and see if they're interested in the funding.
Is there a time period for the application, or are these applications received
The
year-round?
time period has already closed.
Okay.
How is that noticed to the public?
It was on the web, it's been done this way for years. It was posted on the website, and then the previous applicants are notified by staff or recipients.
So the 4 or 5 organizations that came here for the last city council meeting and presented that they wanted to, why they needed the funds, so on and so forth, had been contacted, nobody else had?
They had been contacted because they were recipients in prior year. And actually, I don't believe that the Vigil Rescue was a new one. They probably heard from others that the application was open.
Interesting.
So it's posted on the website. It's not just in terms of the website, and everybody that has ever applied for these grants knows that that's usually the process of the city, to open up an application period and have it on the website and have a deadline for people to apply. But once again, these applications, or whoever was applying, were looking at whether or not put in an application based on the policy that was approved.
Well, they didn't come forward, this is just something that's very close to
Right.
me.
And I don't recall, but I believe that they were actually granted $5,000 in 1920, and then they never actually submitted a request. I believe that's where we were with them.
I had a question on a couple of the proposed contract services. The one at the bottom, which is the street sweeping, and I just wanted to confirm, that's the one that fills up the water tanks and goes through and does all that. Guess my concern is we're trying to save water, we're asking all of our residents to save water. And is that something that we really need to be spending $40,000 on to take our water to clean the streets? Which is one question. And then the other one would be, is the difference from the custodial that we had, the 130, to the 151 that we have now, the 21,000, is that because of I'll call it the extra service that we asked for in December? And have we continued that through when the trash was all getting overloaded and a few of us would go out and pick up trash? Is that the difference now?
That is one of the differences. First, on the street sweeping, it's obviously, I would ask Matt if he knows where the water comes from for our contractor, but there is definitely the cleanliness aspect of it, and the importance of also keeping the streets clean, especially during COVID-19. So we've actually increased the street clean in current fiscal year. The $40,000 is a normal level for street cleaning.
Yeah, so it's a great question. So our contract with the street sweeping contractor, the city provides the water, so they meter it and we track that, but we provide the water. But the amount, and the water is used just for dust control. So they're not actually, wetting and kind of,
Right.
they're not really like mopping the street. It's just a very minimal spray out in front of the machine for dust control. And so the amount of water that they use is actually very minimal. Yeah.
And how often are they going out? Because wouldn't it normally be something where we're telling people not to park? I know for a while there we were trying to keep the no parking going here on Oak Street so that they could actually get to the curb and pick up stuff that actually goes up against that buffer. But with the way people are parking now, everyone is against the curb, so pretty much it's just cleaning right down the middle of the road, which to me doesn't seem like it's being all that effective, really, because we're not cleaning out the curbs.
Right, sure, that's, you know, good observation. And, so the schedule for the street sweeping is, they do the TRC, or the commercial area core of the city, every week. And then they alternate south side of Mission, north side of Mission each week. So like the first and fourth, I forget exactly which is which, but anyway, the first and third Wednesday of the month, they do the commercial area, of course, every week. But then on those first and third, they do the north, second and fourth, they do the south. So basically, every street's supposed to be swept at least every 2 weeks, and the commercial area every single week. We could do something where we have no parking and all that. That's a policy direction we need to get from the city council. I believe that has been considered in the past, and for various reasons, they decided not to do that. It's not a bad idea. I think, definitely the streets, there's a lot of streets, actually, there's probably half a dozen that you could all, you know, mention, that a lot of people park there when the street sweeper's trying to go through, and the street doesn't get fully swept. And the street sweeping company would love it, because that would save them time. They would just like, boom, go down, you know, they would love it, because now they gotta maneuver in and out around cars and stuff. But that is a policy direction. We'd have to post that, we'd have to develop a whole program of, you know, what neighborhoods and what side of the street, you know, we have no parking on and all that. And then there's the additional aspect of the enforcement, so, which is always kind of a tricky part.
Which,
But
that was the mitigating issue, that there's really not gonna be a way to do that.
You're towing 4 cars every Wednesday at 8 AM. and-
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Or if you're left hands.
you know, even if you didn't have enforcement, I think, most of the residents would, cooperate, because they wanna have the street swept, it looks nice, their neighborhood looks nice and everything, so, it could be done, but we would need direction from the city council, and you'd have to make some policy decisions, so.
I'd like to also see that it's coordinated with waste management, because the street sweeper came by my street while the trash cans were all out there in the street, so it couldn't go to the curbs, even if there weren't any cars.
Yeah, okay, I'll make a note of that, that's a good,
Yeah.
So,
my
I mean, it just
understanding,
happened this last week.
understanding was, the street sweeping was specifically scheduled on days where there's not trash pickup, but what might happen is when you have a holiday, it throws it off, the trash collection gets thrown off a day, or the street sweeping gets thrown off a day, so it's only those few times a year, I think, but I'll double check that, that's a good.
Plus, I think when you think about how many cars are on Maple Street between Atterdag and Alice Hall, where are those vehicles going to go?
They aren't, that's.
There is nowhere to go.
Right.
So well, I guess, you know, you can alternate sides of the street, or do a block here, a block there, and only affecting 12 or 2, but then it almost gets more complicated than it's worth.
It's more complicated. I was just thinking maybe if we just, I mean, I understand the TRC getting swept every single day or week, but I'm just wondering if maybe cutting it back to, instead of, you know, maybe once a month on each side, instead of twice a month or whatever.
Well, the goal is to save water, I don't think that would save measurable, you know, a significant amount, it's definitely measurable, but it's not a significant amount, they really do use a very small amount. What I was gonna mention though is, what's been effective that we've done, a few times is, Fifth Street in particular, because of the cul-de-sac and everything, when there's been an accumulation of leaves and stuff, and normally we do this in the fall, but we specifically go out and hand post no parking, in advance of the street sweeping day, just on one side of the street. And so then on that particular week, the street sweeper can come in and it's a clear street and they can really clean it really good. So whenever we become aware that a street has leaves and stuff accumulating, we have done that, just kind of on a case-by-case basis. But, so if you are aware of a street that's, you know,
Impacted.
has accumulation of leaves or debris or whatever's looking bad, please let us know and we can easily arrange for that.
Okay, thank you, Matt. And then, I guess again, just a lot of it for the custodial is the extra cleanings that we put in place.
Mark, would you like to address the details of that?
Because I know we also put out more trash cans and bins to kind of
We
mitigate
did.
some of that.
We added additional trash cans, and cleanings to the bathrooms, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, was there a specific question or?
Well, it was
Just the
just,
in-
I just noticed it's $21,000 different from what it is going through this fiscal year, and is that because we implemented some of the extra?
Correct, that's to cover the few extra things that we added.
Okay,
So the additional cleanings, the additional work at the restrooms and the trash containers around town.
that's it. I'm just curious, trying to save some money if we could
At this
maybe
point,
give some away. but-
if COVID-19, if there's still closures and lots of people are outdoors, those probably will still be.
Totally understood. Thank you.
My turn?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, I just wanna know if you were done. Couple questions that I have, partly for, well, I don't understand. So we look at page 23, and it's got all of the revenue and expenses for all of the different major categories. And I notice things like, under revenues, you've got a government impact fee. How do you get a revenue from an impact fee?
So these are the impact fees that are collected for, it's fees, most of them under AB 1600. It's basically fees collected for impact to existing infrastructures from a development. So for example, when a large development, especially like Skid Mesa goes in, there's impact fees, some of which are designated by our municipal code and others by resolutions that are for parking, that are for roads improvements, park spaces.
Okay, those are fees that someone's paying the city.
Correct.
Okay, so what are the expenses called government impact fees?
Those would be expenditures using those funds towards projects that are qualified to be funded by those funds. And there has to be a nexus between the impact that the project created and the spending of those funds to mitigate those impacts.
So the actuals for 2019-20 showed revenue from the impact fees of 52,000 and expenditures at almost 250,000.
Correct.
And then adjusted, you've got 316 to 840, and then it drops to 10,000 with $46,000 worth of revenue. How come all of a sudden it's such a drastic change, one? And why are we spending so much more than we're getting in, if that's what those fees are for?
Most of those fees, we're because there is no large developments at this point going in, we're not collecting a lot of those fees. So
Okay.
most of those balances, and if we can actually bring the slide up for a second. You see the balances of 630.20. That's the balance that we had in our fund, and that balance we keep track of what type of fees are collected and what they're eligible for being spent on. So we had some projects in the current year.
Can you tell me what page that's on?
That is on page, wait a second.
I don't see it.
It's on page 10.
Um, I was on 11, that's fine. You've got government impact fees under funds, I've got general funds, I don't see government impact fees.
It's right on the second lower part of the page.
Oh, down in the bottom half of the page, I got you. Well, that'll bring up a comment I'll make in a minute, but, all right, thank you. So that was why I was questioning why we had fees as both revenue and expense. Okay,
So when you're looking at page 23, what you're seeing is a report that's generated by our financial system, and it's basically revenues and expenditures by fund. The only thing it shows to you is revenues and expenditures by fund, and then at the very bottom, the net financial impact for all funds for the entire budget. So in preliminary budget as proposed overall as a city for all funds, all sources and all uses, we would be drawing about $4.4 million on fund balances. And that's primarily because of the capital improvement program as proposed.
so that is drawing down against our reserves,
Correct.
basically out of the general fund reserves?
Multiple types of reserves, and
Okay.
once again, if you look at page 10 and 11, those are the summaries that show you the impact on the fund balance by each fund. So we start on page 10 with all of the major operating
Right.
funds, general fund, water, wastewater, transit. And then we go into these funds that are, you know,
Right,
collected
yeah.
for specific purpose and can be only used for specific purpose.
Okay. One other comment I've got to make on this is there is an estimate in here for $30,000 for Agenda software. I've never heard of Agenda software, so I looked it up, and basically it sounds like something for big cities that allows you to do things like let citizens vote on individual elements of the agenda and things of that nature, something we don't do. So here's the first thing I'd like to ask the city council members. One of the things you're saying that I'm having a difficulty with, so I'll apologize if it's just me, is the presentation that Xenia makes does not show the pages that we got to make comments on. So we have to keep asking, what page are you on? So I'd like to recommend that the agenda for one be what we get in the agenda packet, so that it ties back to where I've got my notes and it makes sense to me. And I'd like to ask for the rest of the council members to say if that's good or bad idea or something.
So I think clarification, not the agenda you get, but the presentation you get would follow exactly the agenda packet report with page numbers, if I understand correctly.
But if you're presenting up here and I've got notes on what you gave me to start with, I can't tie them, because I don't know where you are. Even Miss Member Clark couldn't said, what page are you on? We have those issues.
Well, that page was there, I just didn't know where it was.
Well,
I know what you're saying.
so my comment is to all of the other members, do you want it to be tied more directly and have page numbers on it so we can tie it back to it?
Or just ask for a copy of what she's reading off of.
Or that's the other alternative, I suppose, yes.
That's simple.
I am fully open to either option, whichever one works best for you all. I can provide you with presentations ahead of time, or just follow exactly the staff report and have page numbers on it if that's helpful.
Definitely would be helpful. It would simplify going back and forth.
Yeah.
Because at least when we have it here, at least I don't need a copy of it, but at least if we had it, you can always type in the number you need for the page, but that
And
reasonable request.
either way, I don't believe that requires agenda software. So spending $30,000 for for software that does things that I'm not sure we need until we've got a better definition of how this should be operating. Frankly, the agenda is coming out much earlier than it used to before, under the prior city council. That's been wonderful. We got the page numbers on it, that's great. And now you're presenting it in a different format, so that's confusing me. That's just me, maybe. But I don't want to approve agenda software, and I'd like to have one of the two situations that we talked about, either presenting this or giving us a copy of your presentation.
So if I can, or explain what the agenda software packet that's presented here is supposed to be. The way that we manage the agenda, or have historically managed the agenda in the city of Solvang, is using something called Laserfish. It's essentially a file storage, information storage database type of software. It has some minimal workflow capabilities to it, where it has metadata that it tags every document with, and you can set up pretty simple workflows to where everybody that submits reports, once we have more people writing reports again, it goes into a folder that's then reviewed, goes through all the approvals, and then it's placed into an agenda packet. It is true that larger organizations use or usually have a greater need for true software packages to manage different operations. For example, we also don't have any software for management of human resources. So when we have a recruitment, it's all a manual type of flow. There isn't a system that accepts them, where you mark them, where all of that data lives. We don't do usually that many recruitments in the city of Solvang, so that is one that I haven't recommended for implementation. If 30,000 is a concern, we could look at half of that budget perhaps, but there are softwares that are better tied, and it doesn't have anything to do with presentations. Presentation of a staff report is a totally different process than putting together the agenda. Putting together the agenda is the process of that collaboration of where there is process flow, approvals, review, markings of all the comments as items go through approval process internally. Then the software can also be used for any note taken during the meeting, for example. It ties and has capabilities for video streaming to YouTube or live video. Right now we have a third-party provider that we subscribe to be able to get people to the right meeting on the website. So right now we kind of do all of that in just less efficient, piecemeal type of way. It's not an absolute necessary expense. It would be, in my opinion, good expense, having managed this process and having a new city clerk coming in. I think that at least $15,000 would be setting them up for success to make some of the changes that haven't been made to date.
Well, that was one of the things that crossed my mind, is if we're gonna have a new city clerk and we don't even know, I haven't heard anyway, about what the capabilities of this clerk is, or what knowledge they might have, or their opinion on agenda software, and since they're the one that's gonna be responsible for agendas in the future, I think we might wanna wait until we've got the city clerk in place.
Well, I think one of the bigger policy considerations is IT management from a citywide perspective and efficiencies across the entire organization. I think the implementation or final selection would definitely be within the scope of the new city clerk's work assignment, and they will have the opportunity to implement it. It's something that we can, you can approve it now as part of the budget, and they'll come back with best recommendations, because they'll probably want to roll it out. There will be some opportunities for out-facing interface with the software that we'll bring back, or we can just come back to you after the budget adoption and make some recommendations.
Would that be an ongoing expense, or is that a one-time expense?
It's a one-time.
One time.
There will be a minimal ongoing expense, but not.
Presumably it's Civics Plus or whatever the name of that company is.
That there is definitely an advantage from IT perspective to use a module of something that's already used in the city. And Civic Plus, if we are staying with that for the website, which seems to be the path at this point, is definitely a top contender.
Well, personally, I'd be much happier with 15,000 if we're gonna try that, but I think we still should wait until we get the city clerk in and got an idea of what's going on. My opinion.
Anybody else have any thoughts on that? Not at this time.
This group is never silent.
We are. I had a couple questions on some of the projects that you had, at least on my page 19, under the engineering division, major accomplishments. Completed engineering review of several land development projects and 16 ADU projects. Are those 8 part of the homes that are over there? And then an additional 8 somewhere, or 16 individuals?
Yes.
Irma?
Yeah, I think there may be one or two that have, an ADU and a junior ADU, but
And junior ADU?
yeah, we had a couple of those. But yeah, so, there's quite a few of them happening. And they're at different points in the process of approval through building, but, yeah, we've seen quite a few of them.
And then I wanted to ask, I guess is this in the major accomplishments? Gosh, what is it? I'm not sure, it's not headed on what the major accomplishment section is, it's on page 16. You had processed applications through Planning Commission, including the Festival Theater, Water Wheel, 32-unit airspace condominium. Is that the one that's on Alamo Pintado and Village Lane?
Yeah, that is a planning item, and yes, are you referring, is your question about the condominium, where that was, 11 units resident? Or-
Yeah, I was just kind of,
Yes.
trying to get myself,
That would be the one, yes.
that would be that one. And then the 11-unit residential, is that 11-unit residential period, or 11-unit residential
It's
condominium?
11 unit residential condominium.
Is that the one on Ellis Hall?
Also, yeah,
Okay.
That's the one.
behind Shop.
Because then I know the other one is the boutique over there on the corner of Nykobian and Mission Road.
Correct, yeah.
Correct.
Right. I was wondering on the T-bid in the revenue section, I think it said 470,000, and in the expenses it came up to 480,000. And how is, I'm just kind of curious how that costs us money.
Are we looking at page 23?
Yes, 23, item 700. Under the revenue, you had 470, and then in the expense section, the same line item, 480 is an expense.
I had asked that question, and that was basically an accounting timing of the revenues and expenditures coming in.
Timing, okay.
Generally speaking, it's a pass-through fund, and we also keep the administrative fee.
2%.
That may be all I can, oh. On the capital improvement program funding source overview, page 32. Have we penciled out the possibility of what a local sales tax could bring in as revenue?
It-
Here, if it-
$1.2 million, if that's what you're thinking about doing.
for 1% maybe,
1.4 really.
1.4, excuse me,
1.4%.
1.4 would bring in how much?
$1.4 million.
1%
1%.
local sales tax, which we don't have any in the city of Solvang, specific to our jurisdiction, would bring $1.4 million a year in additional sales tax.
What is everyone's thoughts on that?
It's gotta be voted on.
I agree,
Yeah.
totally agree on that.
You want me to talk?
Yeah.
I think it's a pass-through I think it affects tourists as much, if not more, than the residents.
That's kind
I
of my
think
thought.
it's the fire hose for the Solvang finances, that if it ever came down to being really dire, it's something that you've got in your arsenal. But I think it's not something to be approached now. But then again, why not talk to residents? Find out where the residents are, because $1.2 million, $1.4 million is $1.4 million.
Yeah.
It pays for a lot of stuff. So I have engaged, and I really haven't discussed it, because I'm not into raising taxes or water rates. It's kind of the way I am, but it's definitely a tool. It's almost like a scapegoat for a lot of cities. Oh, let's just raise the sales tax. Oh, let's just raise this fee. And then you just kind of nickel and dime people till they don't want to be around anymore. And you wonder why California's losing congressional districts, because we're a really expensive state to operate in. So I just think it's an option, but I don't think we're there yet. But then again, talk to residents, let's all find out what people are thinking about it.
I must say that from just economics perspective, just because of the average sales tax in the state of California for locality is about 9%. There and neighboring jurisdictions, and currently there shouldn't be a loss of sales due to passage of sales tax like that, and it can be just a completely general sales tax that would have to be on a general election, or a special sales tax for a specific purpose, which can be on a special election. And usually jurisdictions, when they kind of go on this path, it's advisable to have sort of a survey and a surveyor hired to really find out what the preferences are among the population, among the residents or voters.
Yeah, but I agree that, it would probably affect the tourists more with what they're buying and everything like that, which I think that's one way to maybe approach it. May not be the right time now, but it's just, as you mentioned, it is another idea of getting in some more revenue and kind of balancing our TOT with our sales tax revenue right now, so that we can maybe go from maybe number 3 in the state to maybe number 5 or 6.
So the
But-
surveys are not very expensive, so if it's something of the council's interest to bring as a question to the residents, it is something that you could program into the next year's budget to just do a survey of this possibility.
It was a thought I've been thinking about.
Yeah.
Oh.
The other thing that I had thought about, yeah.
Sorry. We need to make a motion to extend the meeting.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting past 9:30.
Thank you, Councilmember Clark. Can we have a roll call, please?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arana,
No.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Yurg.
Yes.
I'll give it a 3-2 someday.
Glad we didn't do this at the regular meeting.
I kept it going, I know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, no kidding, we've been here.
Yeah. That's all I had.
Yeah.
I was curious on that. Thank you for that answer, Robert.
The other thing that I was thinking about, revenue, and I hate the fact that I'm suggesting this. I always thought, oh, that's a stupid idea, let's not do it. But it seems like every other city that I visit, they charge on parking, and I hate that because we are all about encouraging locals to come and spend the time here. But the truth is that most of the time on the weekends, we are hosting vehicles from out of town, and we're just coming out short with funds to support all the infrastructure that we need to, you know, support all that traffic. So that's, obviously not right now, and I don't know if it makes sense to spend the money on putting in the parking meters to start charging for them. I don't know what the break-even point is, but that's,
Plus, you'd have to have the policing
mhm,
to ticket those who violate that. And the problem, there's several concerns with that, but one of the big issues that we have around here is when we have tourists in for the weekend, particularly with Copenhagen blocked off, people park down First Street, Second Street, and they park in front of these people's houses. So if you put paid parking in the city, more of them are gonna get down and park in front of the
Mm.
houses. In whatever direction I'm pointing the wrong way. So that's a big pill to swallow, I think.
If you guys really want to explore it, then talk to somebody up in SLO and see what their reactions have been, how long they've done it. Because that's kind of similar downtown by Hickory Street. You can't go anywhere without paying for parking in SLO.
Yeah.
It's kind of the third rail here in Solvang. Some people are very, very adamant that we should be doing it. And why are we not collecting the revenue that we could have been getting? And others just don't want to be touched. So like most issues in most towns.
I'm curious, does SLO have a dedicated police force?
I would imagine.
Yes, I used
So
to
they
work
have to-
with, I used to work with it,
Yeah.
so.
And it's a revenue generator.
It's a self-sustained
No,
program.
the tickets are a revenue generator as well.
Well, the parking studies, the way they usually start, and for example, the city of Pismo has implemented one not too long ago. They're definitely, I think, having success with it. City of Atascadero is in the beginning stages. When you first start charging with, you know, small parking for downtown parking, you start to build up the funds, and it becomes a self-funding mechanism that can add additional parking structure, et cetera, within its own funding structure. So it's a long-term proposition, takes
Would the
years to
sheriff be
fully get
willing
there.
would the sheriff be willing to monitor that and ticket?
I would say that we would probably need our own parking enforcement.
Yeah.
Probably not.
But
Yeah,
if
for sure.
But if you want to explore that type of, for example, our parking study that we have just done already has some recommendations for that.
We'll see that report next month.
It would be, if you would like to see it on the future agenda, that is definitely something that we can bring to you.
But it's available
Just a
now.
parking study though.
Just the parking study, and it has different parking strategies that are already developed.
I'd like to see that report.
But yeah,
Yeah, me too.
I
We'll
would
do that
agree.
too.
Maybe if we could put that on the next agenda coming up, if it's completed.
Yeah, it is completed. If you don't mind, we'd kind of like to get through the budget, and then bring it in maybe July or August. The idea was to complete it and to provide that to our general plan,
Sure.
consultants, because, parking is also part of the whole circulation element.
Right.
And so it's gonna, you know, but we can bring it, as a separate item, for your, you know, review and direction and, you know, feedback or whatever. Yeah, we can definitely do that. We'll schedule it.
And I think right now, let's get through what's in front of us.
Yeah.
It can be just an informational item to start with what we have, but there's an element that needs to tie into the bigger plan of the general plan, but then there's also some of the questions that will be coming up sooner than later, which is some of the decisions we'll have to make on the Copenhagen closure.
Yeah, this is probably related just to you, just quickly, and it may not have any bearing at all, but on the Mission and Fifth Underground Utility District, it said the PG&E had completed the engineering and design, but it was determined that the city didn't have sufficient Rule 20A credits to complete the project. Is that now what has been completed, or is that something different than going underground with the moving of the poles and all that stuff on Fifth Street?
Sure, that's a really good question. So originally, we were actually approached by PG&E with a proposed undergrounding project. We created to use these Rule 20A funds. So just maybe back up a second. What happens is on everyone's electric bill, there's a little charge on there, that goes into a fund to help underground overhead facilities. So PG&E is collecting this money from everybody, and based on the amount of money they collect from within the Solvang city limits, each year, we get a notice of how many credits we have for doing undergrounding of electrical, overhead electrical and phone lines. So they approached us, we went through the process, we created a district which has a boundary at the intersection of Mission and Fifth. If you're over there sometime, you should take a look. There's one row of power lines that start on Fifth Street and run right over the top of the Viking Motel and right over the top of the next hotel, right over the roof. You know, which you don't see that, so that's kind of an issue, but that was done a long time ago, they would never do that nowadays, but anyway, so that was part of the area, and those big telephone poles and power poles at the intersection of Mission and Fifth were all gonna be removed and all that put underground. And then we applied for grant funding to do the sidewalk project, the Fifth Street, sidewalk project. So the idea was get all that stuff underground, because we're gonna have to tear up the streets and everything. Then widen the street a little bit, put in the sidewalk, and repave everything, and it'd look beautiful. Well, unfortunately, it didn't work out like that because as we move forward with PG&E, 3 times they told us we needed additional, well actually twice they told us we needed additional credits to do the project. So the way it works is they do the design, they do the construction, and we pay for it with our credits. But we had about, I think we had about $600,000 in credits. They told us we needed, I think, 1.1 million or something like that. And we went out and purchased additional credits from the county of Santa Barbara. We found out that they had additional credits that they were willing to sell us. So they sold us the credits for 50 cents on the dollar, which was a good deal. And then a year later, as PG&E finished the engineering work, they said, oh, by the way, the cost has doubled. So now, instead of 1.1, it was like 2 million or something like that. I forget the exact numbers, but, and so we presented it to the city council, and at that point, we found somebody that would sell us credits for 40 cents on the dollar, but still, you're talking 1 million credits, $400,000. And the city council at that point said, forget it, that's like, we don't want, the whole idea was to do the entire project with the credits, and it would cost hardly any general fund money, and they don't want to spend $400,000 in general fund money. So we'd been holding off on that sidewalk project, but then when the city council then said, okay, we're just canceling the underground project, the Fifth Mission and Fifth Underground District project. So then we went ahead with the widening and sidewalk. But interestingly, we've been contacted by PG&E, and they were asking us, how do we want to proceed, or in the future, or whatever. And we discussed with them the possibility of a scaled down project that would fit within the amount of credits we currently have, because we did purchase some additional credits, but not that big amount that they then later told us we needed. So so I think now we have it's about 1.1 million in credits. So, and we have this district, which we were gonna, I think it was about 13, 14, 15 power poles that were gonna be removed and everything undergrounded. So we could do a project and identify, okay, well, here's the 7 or 8 worst ones that are, create the biggest safety problem, or the most unsightly, with tons of wires, going across the intersection and stuff. So we said, okay, well, we told PG&E, yeah, we want to do a scaled down project, but we told them that just so that we wouldn't, because there right now the California Public Utility Commission is, making big changes to the Rule 28 program and the undergrounding program. I think this is all in response to the fires they had in Sonoma County with the power lines hitting, but anyway, so the whole program's gonna change, and we were in jeopardy of just losing all the credits, unless we said that we have a project we're doing. So basically, I told them, yeah, we're gonna do a scaled down project to kind of protect and preserve those credits. Although my plan was to eventually come to the city council and figure out something, but, you know, we've just been so busy with other projects. I just took that initial step to preserve the credits. And if the city council so chooses not to do a project, that's fine, we can just tell them later that, oh, we're not gonna do anything. But I didn't wanna like do nothing and lose the credits, so we have, just through an email and a correspondence, told them, yeah, we're gonna do a scaled down project in the future, so we wanna preserve those credits. So that's kind of where we stand.
Still in that area.
Yeah, and that's saying, yeah, it would have to be within the boundary that was approved by the previous city council, that the undergrounding district boundary. But we could bring that back and you could look at all the poles. We have exhibits and stuff, and you can, you know, obviously you can go out there and look as well. But it's all kind of in the vicinity of that intersection. And you direct the staff, okay, let's just underground these ones and call it good, you know.
Thank you, Matt. That's all I have.
You know what those credits remind me of though? When you take your child to the arcade and you spend $500 and you get like 2 million of those little tickets, those are the credits, and you go to cash them in and you get like a ring with a lollipop on it. Those are your PG&E credits.
Yeah.
That's all I get for 10 million credits?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I don't, you just do dollars for dollars. It's gotta be credits.
It's a great analogy. All right.
If there is no further questions or comments by the council, I'd just like to confirm what I heard from you tonight. Thank you for all your questions and comments. I believe the direction you gave us was to move a couple of the CIP projects forward, or move one forward, add some discussion about the AE improvements to the Solon Park gazebo. I did not hear any or majority support for moving forward with sales tax measures. And you had some comments about presentation time to agenda, but then the only other direction I think I heard was to potentially lower, and if you could clarify this, the amount for the agenda management software to $15,000, or what is your majority take on that?
Well, I'm just wondering if maybe this could be an agenda item at some point where we can see what it all does, what the different price points get us, and what that's gonna do for the city. I think we're just wary right now about saying we're gonna spend this much money, but we don't really know what it does, so maybe this is something that needs to be on its own, just that we understand.
And that would be fine, just to remind you the way that this budget is proposed and how we usually think about how we bring items to use, that we follow the purchasing policy within which projects within that dollar amount are usually funded through the budget process, but then don't come back to council and are implemented at staff level. But if on this particular one you're interested in the details of it, we'll be happy to come back at a future agenda.
What do you think? Bring it back?
Yeah, I think I'd like to
Yeah,
bring it back, yeah.
Well, that was an opposing view.
Okay.
I agree with Jim.
I do too.
Ooh, try-
There's a 3-2.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we want it at 15 or 30? I think if it makes it more efficient, to me, it's a one-time cost.
You know,
The full scale of everything, I don't know that that's a huge amount of money to wrangle over. But that's just my thought.
If you can get it for 15, fine. If you can't,
We'll definitely do the most
Get it for the best price,
efficient
yeah.
option that we find.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you
So-
for all of your direction. I think I have everything that I need to be back to you on June 28th with final budget for adoption. Thank you,
Sounds
council.
good. Thank you for all your work, and Matt as well.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Do we need to move to adjourn?
Now, I'm gonna adjourn the meeting at 9:55.